Chapter 572. 20 to 30 meters. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Initially, there weren't many people who came. It was only after the old subordinates of the Netherworld King's base who were brought back from the south joined and that the number of people increased. Another day passed and the female zombie still hadn't shown up. Wu Qingyuan knew that she hadn't left. Lin Feng hadn't shown up either, which meant that he hadn't finished leveling up. At the same time, Lin Qiao was facing a problem at the bottom of the lake. After she gave the third level 6 zombie core to Lin Feng, the effect of returning to the peak appeared. She was too anxious to save Lin Feng, so she couldn't control herself. That was what Lin Qiao thought. Previously, she had spent some effort to help Yuan Tianqing achieve a breakthrough in Lin Feng's level. Now that she was continuing to help Lin Feng achieve a breakthrough, she encountered a situation like this. Her mental strength could not keep up. Because Lin Feng had absorbed too much external energy, he was unable to control such a huge amount of energy, and his body almost exploded. It was Lin Qiao who used the energy of the lake water to suppress the external energy, which prevented him from exploding from the energy. However, Lin Qiao couldn't stop it. She could only try to guide the energy in Lin Feng's body into his brain and pay attention to the acceptance of the energy core in his brain. So, Lin Qiao and Lin Feng were in a stalemate. They didn't come out for a day. Yuan Tianqing went to ask Duanwan the next day, but she still didn't come out. Then the third and fourth day passed and the two still didn't show up. Everyone in the Lin family crowded into Lin Qiao's room and waited anxiously. She's forcing herself too much. Did something happen to her? You don't usually take so long, do you? Mrs. Lin is sitting on the sofa, twisting her hands and paying the bills. Mom, it's okay. She'll be fine. Lin Wenwen, who has short hair, squats beside Mrs. Lin, pats her hand and comforts her. But her body, it's not just her alone. Is it affected by the baby? Mrs. Lin looked at everyone worriedly. As soon as she said this, everyone fell silent. There were only Lin Wenwen, Lin Hao, and Qing Wangshua here. They were all family, so Mrs. Lin didn't avoid the question. On the contrary, she was worried about the answer. Even if Lin Qiao had the body of a zombie and had a child. However, everyone was afraid of the child's instability. It was precisely because they didn't understand it that they were afraid. Yuan Tianqing, who was downstairs, had been absent-minded for the past 2 days, but he still had to work. Wu Qingyue paced back and forth in his room, looking at the door from time to time, waiting for news from Xiao Liqing. Inside Lin Qiao's space, Lu Tianyi was also staring at the lake from the balcony. This was because the current situation of the lake was no longer a whirlpool, but a huge wave. Moreover, an unstable pressure was coming from the lake. This situation had started 2 days ago, and it had already been 2 days. Looking at the situation, Lu Tianyi guessed that Lin Qiao might have encountered an unexpected situation at the bottom of the lake. Lin Qiao gritted his teeth and used all his mental power to control the energy in the lake to suppress the energy in Lin Feng's body. The accumulation of energy had reached a certain level. If Lin Feng didn't break through, he might suffer a backlash. Therefore, Lin Qiao could not relax at all. He could only clench his teeth and suppress it. However, after 3 or 4 days of suppression, Lin Qiao was exhausted. His mental state was so tense that it was about to explode. At this time, Lin Feng had lost consciousness. Otherwise, he would have been able to control the ability in his body. It was because he had lost consciousness that the difficulty on Lin Qiao's side increased. At this time, in the Earth Dragon base, several people were arguing in Long Yubai's conference hall. No, if we let them go now, I don't know how much their strength will increase when we come back from Huaxia. I found out that their strength rose very quickly. It's all because of that woman called Lu Tianyu. She seems to have some special way to improve the level of her ability in a short time. Just a few days ago, when you attacked the woman in Sea City base, Enchanting was still at the 6th level. But now he has risen to the 7th level. Long Yubai stood in front of the conference table, walking back and forth. His handsome brows were tightly furrowed as he continued, "If we go to Huaxia now, the antidote is so important. We must find a way to get some back. Then we won't have time to deal with Uptown. Even you don't dare to get too close to Uptown. Who else can go there?" As he spoke, he looked at a dark and thin man. The man sat there silently, a pair of rough eyebrows on his square face stuck to his eyes, making his originally small eyes even smaller. But it was these small eyes that carried a fierce aura. That Wu Qingyue has already broken through to the 8th level, and it's a lightning type. If I get close, I will only be discovered by the other party in advance, Lu Zhuofeng said in a deep voice. But there isn't a lot of this antidote. If we go late, we won't have a share. Yubai, do you want to give up the opportunity to get the antidote? Another person asked with some disagreement with Long Yubai. How could I give up? Long Yubai looked surprised. This was a virus antidote. With this antidote, the city where the base was located could be cleared of zombies in the future. Although they felt that it was not practical to clear all the zombies in the world, at least clearing the entire city was a big improvement. But Long Yubai was anxious to get rid of the newly built small base in Uptown, because it was the place where Hades' base was resurrected. If they didn't take advantage of the weakness of the other party to destroy it, with the speed of the other party's growth, there might be some unexpected changes. Moreover, there are level 7 and level 2 king level zombies there. If we don't get rid of such zombies sooner or later, when the other bases find out, they will be snatched away. Moreover, we still haven't figured out why those people can control zombies, and it's even a level 2 king level zombie. One is already so troublesome. What if they somehow manage to get another 2 or 3 of them? This was what he was worried about. After Long Yubai escaped last time, he sent people to keep an eye on Uptown, so he knew about the zombie defense line and that the zombies there were under military control. He had been trying to figure out what was going on, but the information was stuck outside of Uptown, and he couldn't get in no matter how hard he tried. So this time, he asked Lu Zhuofeng, who had just broken through to the 8th level, for help. After Lu Zhuofeng heard about Yan Fangyu from Haiqing, he wanted to kill her and create some trouble for Uptown. Chapter 573. But as long as Wu Qingyue is there, even I am not his opponent. Even if we send a large number of military forces there, we don't know whether we can defeat them or not, but we will certainly lose a lot. I didn't expect that Wu Qingyue has also broken through. He is a thunder ability, and reaching level 8 is another level. Lu Zhuofeng suddenly said. If they can control zombies, shouldn't we get the antidote? Another person said to Long Yubai. But the notice of the meeting in Huaxia City hasn't come out yet. We have to wait now. How long do we have to wait? 10 days or half a month? Or 1 month or 2 months? If it really takes so long, I think it will be more and more difficult to judge the situation in the upper city. Long Yubai stopped in front of the table, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and said with worry. Don't worry, it won't be too long. First of all, we have to prepare a lot of materials, otherwise we may not be able to rob other bases. If the new base in the upper city will also attend the meeting, we can make sure that they won't be able to come back. Lu Zhuofeng thought for a while and put forward another way. Long Yubai didn't answer, he frowned and thought about the interests of it. Maybe it was because Miss Lu in the upper city was too mysterious, which made Long Yubai very afraid. The level 2 king zombie he met last time was so powerful, so the person who controlled her was even more difficult to imagine. And where did this Miss Lu come from? Now, there was the addition of the 7th level Yuan Tianqing. The new base in the upper city clearly only had so few people. They didn't have the manpower or the military force, but they were able to form such a close relationship with Sea City. What exactly was the reason behind this? Since they could reach cooperation with High City, there must be something in the base that High City would care about. If he had to go to Huaxia City to get the antidote, but Long Yubai didn't want to use it in other places. Moreover, it was said that the antidote was only effective for ordinary zombies, and it didn't have much effect on advanced zombies. That was why he wanted to take advantage of the fact that Lu Zhuofeng and He Mu were here. He wanted them to use their strength to help him destroy the upper city base. But now Lu Zhuofeng came back and told him that Wu Qingyue had been staying in the new base in the upper city, and his ability had reached level 8. This made Long Yubai feel even more threatened. However, the opinions of these two people were different from his. These two people were obviously more interested in the virus antidote in China. Sigh, why can't we develop an antidote that makes humans immune to the zombie virus? That way, we won't have to be afraid of being bitten or scratched by zombies. At the very least, the casualty rate would be much lower this way. He Mu suddenly sighed and said gloomily. Because this potion is also made from zombie blood. As long as humans drink it, they will be directly infected by the virus. Therefore, this kind of drug can only be effective on those ordinary zombies whose cells have been genetically modified by the virus. Lu Zhuofeng looked at him and said seriously. But this has always been a part of human research. It's just that there hasn't been much progress. Alright, Yubai, have you made up your mind? He Mu turned to Long Yubai and asked. I'll say this first. If you want me to help you deal with the upper city base, then wait until we get the antidote. And it's better to do it when Wu Qingyue is not in the upper city. Lu Zhuofeng raised his thick black eyebrows and looked at Long Yubai. A trace of impatience flashed in Long Yubai's eyes, but he said with a compromising expression, let me think about it. I haven't made up my mind yet. Then that's it for now. I'll go back first. He Mu stood up and walked out of the conference hall. After he walked out, Lu Zhuofeng saw that the door was closed and there were only the two of them left in the conference room. He stood up, but he did not walk towards the door. Instead, he leaned towards Long Yubai. This time, I helped you find out information about Wu Qingyue's strength. You should give me some reward. He walked to Long Yubai's side and directly raised his hand to pinch his delicate chin. He stared into his eyes and said. At this moment, Lu Zhuofeng's ferocious eyes flashed with a sinister smile. He and Long Yubai were about the same height, so when he pinched Long Yubai's chin and turned it over, he moved his face over and touched his lips with Long Yubai's. Long Yubai raised his hand and gently pushed him away. He smiled and said to him, come to my room tonight. As he spoke, he pushed Lu Zhuofeng away and turned to walk towards the door. Lu Zhuofeng, who was behind him, did not see Long Yubai frowning in his cold eyes as he walked towards the door. Long Yubai suppressed the disgust in his heart and could only grit his teeth and endure it. He had no choice. He did not have high requirements for his own strength. However, in order to stabilize his position and the entire base, he could only rely on other strong people to suppress them. In fact, it was not that he did not want to increase his strength. He just felt that it was not necessary. In any case, relying on others could easily do what he wanted to do. Why should he work hard to increase his strength? However, he was already very impatient with this kind of thing. At the same time, he did not expect Lu Zhuofeng to break through to the 8th level so quickly. Level 8, he really wanted to make use of it, but at the same time, he was very afraid of it. Another day passed. Lin Qiao still did not appear in the new base in the upper city. At this time, everyone was somewhat unable to sit still. However, because they could not contact Lin Qiao in the space, they did not know how she was doing. They could only worry in the outside world. In the space, it was not only Lu Tianyi who was anxious. All the zombies were trying to stay away from the surging energy lake to avoid being shocked by the explosion from time to time. This was because Lin Qiao's aura had begun to become unstable and would erupt from time to time. Lin Qiao's aura might be nothing to humans, but to these zombies, it was very terrifying. It was even more terrifying than an ordinary level 2 king. Therefore, all the zombies carefully hid in the small space. As for the level 3 zombies on the other side of the energy lake, they all retreated far away. They were all waiting for their boss to come out of the lake. Otherwise, it would be too much of a test for their already dead little hearts. It has been 5 days, why hasn't she come out yet? Wu Qingyue frowned and looked at Wu Yueling, who had fallen asleep on the sofa, and said to himself. He originally planned to wait for this female zombie to come out in 2 days, then he and Xiao Yunlong and the others could bring back the seriously injured Kong Qingming. However, after waiting for a few days, no one came out. Therefore, he could only let Xiao Yunlong send Kong Qingming back first. Chapter 574. No one knew that Wu Qingyue had broken through to rank 8. He didn't even mention Xiao Yunlong. A few days ago, when Lin Qiao told him that the metahuman who attacked Yan Fangyu was rank 8, he actually had some idea in his heart, but he didn't have any evidence to confirm whether it was his guess or not. Because on the first day he arrived here, he seemed to have felt the aura of a rank 2 metahuman for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. Because the feeling disappeared too quickly, and it was outside of Uptown, although Wu Qingyue noticed it, he didn't feel the aura again. Obviously, the other party had restrained the aura. When he heard the female zombie say that something might have happened to Yan Fangyu and the 2 people who sent her back, he thought in this direction. So when Qiu Lily sent the 2 seriously injured people back and said that they were rank 7 metahumans, Wu Qingyue already had a judgment in his heart. When Lin Qiao told him this in her room, he was no longer very surprised. Originally, he planned to tell her about this before he left, but since she had already found out, there was no need for him to meddle anymore. But he didn't expect her to raise 2 rank 6 metahumans to rank 7 at once. It was obvious that she felt the pressure. In fact, Wu Qingyue also understood her approach, because her strength had just increased not long ago. It was not convenient for her to increase it again. So she could only start from others and try to increase her strength as much as possible. Although Wu Qingyue didn't know how she did it, he believed that she could do it. And Lin Qiao, who was trusted by him, suddenly heard a voice in her mind at this time. Mama, 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 you are tired, let little man do it. Then Lin Qiao felt a strange power coming from her lower abdomen, and it quickly and smoothly replaced the energy she suppressed in Lin Fang's body. This lake was originally Little Man's base camp, so Little Man easily controlled Lin Fang's situation through Lin Qiao's hand, and then helped him unblock the energy that had accumulated in his body. Lin Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. Little Man woke up at this time. She finally got through this hurdle. After Little Man came out, the surrounding energy all gathered, and then Lin Fang's situation began to change. Because under Lin Qiao's support these past few days, Lin Feng had almost absorbed all the energy into the energy core in his mind. It was just that there were too many impurities in his body, so they were also absorbed by his energy core. Now, Little Man wanted to break into his brain to help him clear out the impurities. Originally, it would have been best if Lin Feng had done this, but now that he had lost consciousness, she could only use other methods. Fortunately, Little Man's mental strength was very strong, and it was easy for her to enter when Lin Feng was unguarded. Then, she began to help him squeeze out the energy that would obstruct him. After she squeezed out the impurities, she left Lin Feng's mind. Then, he began to push all the energy in his body into it. Not long after, Lin Feng's body shook and an energy barrier appeared on his body. It wasn't big, just enough to wrap him in the middle. Moreover, this energy shield pushed Lin Qiao away. Mama, 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 I succeeded, little man's happy voice came over. Thank you, my dear baby. Lin Chao said to her with a sincere smile. As he left the forest, he swam upstream and soon reached the surface of the water. Lin Feng was left in the water alone. When he woke up, he would come up by himself. Because of the current situation, he couldn't be touched for the time being. The surface of the lake had already calmed down. When Lin Chao came up, she saw Lu Tianyi standing on the balcony of the small building. She let out a long sigh. Suppressing Lin Feng for the past few days had almost exhausted her to death. At this time, little man also sensed Lu Tianyi in the small building. She suddenly curiously asked Lin Chao, Mama, isn't that one of the people who came in last time? How did he become a zombie? Lin Chao's body was covered in black fog. She bent down to pick up her clothes and put them on while replying, Oh, he was killed by the bad guys. By the way, little man, are you okay? Do you feel bad anywhere? Little man's voice was still very stable, there weren't any negative emotions. Little man is fine. I feel tiny thing's aura outside. Tiny thing, Lin Chao helplessly said. You are really sensitive, you can even feel her aura. And, even if Mama came here, little man's perception is also linked to Mama's. Little man said with a bit of pride. Okay. Lin Chao touched her belly and walked towards the small building. After seeing Lin Chao come out of the water, Lu Tianyi's heart was stuffed into his stomach. But seeing her talking to herself, he didn't know what she was talking about. Although it was far away, Lu Tianyi's hearing had improved several times, so he still heard Lin Chao's muttering. After Lin Chao walked into the small building, she said to Lu Tianyi who was on the balcony, Come down, I have a task for you. Lu Tianyi blankly came down from upstairs, still holding the unhappy little tiger in his arms. The little tiger didn't have much strength, and it was still injured. Although it was mostly healed, it was still very weak. Although it was mostly healed, it still couldn't break free from Lu Tianyi's arms. This made it very unhappy and angry. So it was angrily grabbing Lu Tianyi's arm and biting it. But Lu Tianyi didn't care and let it bite. You might not be able to get out during this time. Do you see the land here? You can also plant things here. So I want you to help me cultivate these seeds. I'll use the soil in this space and the water in the lake. Lin Chao shook her hand and took the seeds that Wu Qingyue gave her and handed them to Lu Tianyi. This kid was originally in charge of planting in High City. Now that he was here, he could help. Lu Tianyi heard that she wanted to use the water in the lake. He frowned slightly and looked at Lin Chao with some trouble. Oh, I'll bring the water up for you. You don't have to go near it. Lin Chao knew that he couldn't go near the lake, so she knew what he was troubled about. That would be fine. Lu Tianyi nodded and agreed. At the same time, he reached out to take the seeds. You like it a lot? Lin Chao looked at the little tiger that he was hugging and asked in surprise. This kid was a big man, but he actually liked a furry and tiger-looking little tiger. Anyway, it was boring to stay here. And it was very lively. Lu Tianyi laughed and raised his hand to rub the little tiger's round head again. He felt that its anger had increased by 2 levels. Lin Chao suddenly looked at the wall and shouted, You, come here. The intelligent zombie that had just shrunk back came out from behind the wall with a bitter face and walked towards Lin Chao with its head down. Slap! Lin Chao raised her hand and slapped the back of its head. Then she pointed at Lu Tianyi and warned the intelligent zombie, Don't bully him just because your level is higher. He leveled up faster than you. Let's see how he'll torture you. Chapter 575. Lu Tianyi smirked smugly at the intelligent zombie. Ow, 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 the little tiger in his arms was still moving around. Roar dash, seeing Lu Tiany's expression, the intelligent zombie bared its teeth at Lu Tiany. That's enough from you. His IQ is at most that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. You're still arguing with him. You're an adult. Lin Qiao looked back at Lu Tiany. Naughty kids need to be taught a lesson. Lu Tiany shrugged and turned his face away. Oh right, you sensed wrongly that day. The one who killed you wasn't a level 7 wind element, but a level 8. You guys were able to hold on for so long because the other party didn't use his full strength. And I think he purposely let Yan Fangyu go back to the city. It's just that the two of you might have been killed by him. Lin Qiao suddenly said to him with a serious face. She waved at the intelligent zombie to let it go back and walked into the small building. Lu Tiany's expression froze, then he widened his eyes in surprise. Then he followed Lin Qiao in. Do you know Yan Fangyu? Lin Qiao sat on the sofa and asked him. Lu Tiany nodded. Although this woman was the vice leader, he and Kong Qingming knew her background. She looked like a good woman on the surface, but her hands were not clean behind the scenes. So they didn't like her very much. Think about it, that woman suffered such a big loss at my hands and was ambushed on the way back. What would she think? And the person who tried to assassinate you guys would definitely kill everyone except Yan Fangyu, then force her to flee back to the base. This would increase the hatred in her heart. At that time, she would still be in Haiqing, and the relationship between Haiqing and us might be hindered by her. Lin Qiao explained to him. The other party was obviously coming for the new base in Haiqing. Lu Tiany also thought of this. But who was the other party? Why was he coming for the new base in Haiqing? Oh, you might not know who the person is, but I sent Li and Elmar to track him. They found out that he is one of the leaders of Hidden Cloud City, Lu Zhuofeng. Lin Qiao answered his doubts. Lu Zhuofeng. Wasn't he the leader? How could he do such a thing? Lu Tiany looked at Lin Qiao in disbelief. What kind of leader would be so free to deal with people like them who were of little weight? What was Lu Zhuofeng thinking? Hee, you guessed correctly. Lu Zhuofeng was such a person. When he had nothing to do, he liked to meddle in such trivial matters. Also, I think he's trying to help Long Yubai. Maybe he can get some benefits from Long Yubai. Long Yubai definitely won't give up on dealing with me after he returns. Lin Qiao looked at him. So that was how it was. Only then did Lu Tiany nod with some understanding. At this time, Little Man in Lin Qiao's stomach couldn't sit still anymore. Mama, hurry up and go out. Little Man wants to play with Tiny Tot. Lin Qiao lowered his head to look at his stomach and sense the outside world. It's time to go out. There are people waiting outside. Lu Tiany obviously felt that she wasn't talking to him, but it seemed like she was talking to him. Because there was no one else here. Lin Qiao raised his head and said to him, I'll go get a few buckets of water for you. You can find a place to plant these seeds. After saying that, she stood up and walked out of the small building to the lakeside with 2 large buckets of water. In a short while, she filled the 2 buckets of water, but she didn't drag the buckets back. Instead, she dragged them to a place 3 meters away from the lakeside. Then she turned her head to look at the intelligent zombie who was still hiding behind the wall. This guy still hasn't given up. Why is he so crafty? Seems like I have to find something for him to do. Lin Qiao stared at the intelligent zombie who looked like a teenager. The intelligent zombie's gaze suddenly met with Lin Qiao's, and it was startled. It immediately shrank back like a frightened mouse. What are you hiding for? Come here. Lin Qiao roared at him. After putting down the little tiger, Lu Tiany, who was standing at the door, turned his head to look behind the wall. Then he saw the intelligent zombie carefully walk out and walk towards Lin Qiao. Lu Tianyi followed behind him, and the two of them soon reached Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao pointed at the 2 buckets of water and said, "Drag it away, drag it away. These 2 buckets of water should be enough for you for a few days." After saying that, she looked at Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi came over with a bucket of water and dragged it towards the vegetable field. These few days, he had nothing to do, so he cleaned up the vegetable and strawberry fields. The intelligent zombie also dragged the buckets of water and followed behind Lu Tianyi. Although it really wanted to go up and kick Lu Tianyi, it didn't dare. Because there was a big boss watching from behind. Lu Tianyi dragged the buckets of water and suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao walked behind him, and after seeing his gaze, she said, "Oh, you want to ask about Kong Qingming? He was sent back to High City. Although he was seriously injured, he didn't die. But I let him drink from the lake, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to go back." Lu Tianyi let out a sigh of relief. Lin Qiao wanted to say something to him, but her expression suddenly froze. Then she turned her head and looked towards the lake. She saw Lin Feng slowly walking out of the lake. Seeing Lin Feng's naked upper body, Lin Qiao silently turned her head and said to Lu Tianyi, "In the future, you two can't continue to be inseparable." Lu Tianyi didn't care and nodded. It didn't matter whether they stayed together or not, as long as they were fine. Lin Qiao suddenly crossed her arms in front of her chest, touched her chin and asked him, "I say, you two have such a good relationship, are you in a relationship?" Lu Tianyi's face looked like he was about to vomit blood as he fiercely turned his head to look at her. Fuck. He likes women. Not men. Can you not talk nonsense there? Okay, if it's not then it's not. Why are you so excited? Even if it's not, it doesn't matter. Anyway, there are very few women at the end of the world. It doesn't matter if you two just make do with each other. Lin Qiao looked at his reaction with a smile, then sighed and said, "But it's not possible now, you've already become a zombie. You can't be like Qin Yuding and his wife, seeing if they dare to touch or not. Although I think it's okay for them to touch, as long as they don't kiss or do anything like that, it shouldn't be contagious." You can shut up. Lu Tianyi saw that she was getting more and more off topic, so he couldn't help but shout at her, but he found out that it was a strange roar. "Oh." Lin Qiao indifferently replied. Then she turned around and looked at Lin Feng, who had already put on his pants and was walking over with his shirt on. "Is it okay? Do you feel anything wrong?" She opened her mouth and asked Lin Feng. "No, I just feel that the energy in the energy core is very unstable." Lin Feng walked over and shook his head at her. At the same time, he nodded to Lu Tianyi. Chapter 576. You just broke through to level 6 not long ago, and now you've forced yourself to break through to level 7. It's normal for it to be unstable. When you get out, use your powers and do some guidance, and it'll stabilize. Lin Qiao said. I know. Lin Feng knew what to do next. Alright, let's get out. We've been here for 4 or 5 days, and the others are getting anxious. Lin Qiao grabbed his clothes and disappeared from Lu Tianyi and the intelligent zombie sight. After watching them disappear, Lu Tianyi remained where he was with a frown. Hidden Cloud City's leader had risen to 8th level, and that meant the balance of power between the bases in the south and east was skewed. If things continued like this, Hidden Cloud City wouldn't make a move on Skyfire and Earth Dragon, but the uptown area would definitely be the focus of their attention. But it was also possible that the new base in the uptown was too weak, and Hidden Cloud City would cooperate with either Earth Dragon or Skyfire to target Haiqing. Judging from Kong Qingming's previous intelligence, several bases in South China should indeed have a level 8 ability user. In fact, Haiqing was about to have one, and they heard that Wu Qingyue was preparing to break through. Lu Tianyi was puzzled. Leader Wu hadn't made a move yet. Did someone get ahead of him? When Lin Qiao and Lin Feng appeared in the room, everyone froze. Then they rushed over. What's wrong with you two? Why are you taking so long? Are you trying to scare us to death? Mrs. Lin is relieved to see that Lin Luoran and Lin Luoran are safe. Then, he angrily and anxiously scolded the two. Mom, it's okay. We're fine, it'll just take a little longer. We'll be fine. I've forced Lin Feng to level 7, but his powers aren't stable yet. Lin Qiao comforted his mother. Breaking through in such a hurry definitely won't be stable, Lin Wenwen said from the side. All right, Mom, we're all fine. Aren't we standing in front of you now? Lin Feng said. Mrs. Lin glanced at him and suddenly said, Who cares? I'm worried about the child in Lin Qiao's belly. She turned to look at Lin Qiao's belly. Man is fine, she's fine. Okay, Mom, we're fine now. You've been here for days. You can go back and rest now. Lin Qiao pushes Mrs. Lin out of the room. Are you really okay? You won't lie to me, will you? Mrs. Lin looks back at her worriedly, trying to find some clues from her eyes. In the end, Lin Qiao's eyes were very calm. I'm not lying to you. She's fine. Moreover, he has already woken up and is very active now. Lin Qiao said. Since you're fine, then we'll go back to sleep first. Lin Wenwen raised her hand to cover her mouth and yawned, then walked downstairs. For the past few days, they had been guarding Lin Qiao's room and hadn't had much rest. Go. Lin Qiao responded to her. Lin Hao also stared at Lin Qiao's lower abdomen and said, We found some obstetrics equipment last time, and they are all with me. Although I'm not familiar with this subject. I've been studying obstetrics books recently. When it's convenient for you, come here and I'll help you check on the baby. Lin Qiao glanced at him. She felt that Lin Hao really cared about her body in Man-Man's situation, but at the same time, he was curious about Lin Qiao's physical condition. Because of the curiosity of a professional, Lin Hao was so positive to her. Okay, I got it. I'll come to you when I'm free. But according to Man-Man, your equipment may not be able to find anything wrong with her current condition. Lin Qiao nodded to Lin Hao. Okay. Lin Hao didn't say anything more. He nodded and left. Are you really okay? Mrs. Lin stared at Lin Qiao and asked again. I'm fine, Mom. Go and rest. You're old. Don't be so stubborn. Lin Qiao helplessly pushed Mrs. Lin out. Mrs. Lin reluctantly followed Lin Qiao downstairs. Sensing that Lin Qiao came out, Chiu Lily and Elmar, who were wandering around the base, quickly came back. You took a long time this time. Chiu Lily came down from the roof and said immediately when she saw Lin Qiao on the stairs. Lin Qiao walked down and nodded. It did take a long time. She went to the 3rd floor and was about to go to Wu Qingyue's place to look for Tiny Tot. Before she reached the door, Wu Qingyue came out with Tiny Tot. Oh, I was going to look for you. Wu Qingyue looked at her and said with a smile. At this time, Tiny Tot, who was holding his hand, broke free from his hand and ran to Lin Qiao. Every time Wu Qingyue saw Wu Yueling's action, he felt like being abandoned. I came to look for Tiny Tot. What's the matter? Lin Qiao let Tiny Tot hug her thigh and said to Wu Qingyue. Nothing. I just saw that you haven't left the base. I wanted to tell you that we're going back. Wu Qingyue looked at her. He said he was going to leave, but in fact, he wasn't really going to leave. Oh, I won't see you off. If you don't leave, I will suspect that you have other intentions here. Lin Qiao decisively turned around and walked downstairs with Wu Yueling. Wu Qingyue looked depressed. He just wanted to see if this female zombie would ask him to stay, but she didn't hesitate and directly drove him away. Hey, Aunt! At this time, a small head appeared at the top of the stairs, and then another head appeared below. Lin Qiao looked over and found it funny that it was Lin Xiaolu and Tong Tong, the two little kids. When Lin Xiaolu saw Lin Qiao, she called her aunt. This was what Mrs. Lin and Qing Wangxue told her to call her aunt. Although Lin Xiaolu didn't know why she called her aunt, they weren't very familiar with her, but she always called her big sister aunt. However, Lin Xiaolu also missed the original Lin Qiao. A child's mind was also very sensitive. She always felt that the aunt in front of her was very similar to the aunt in her family. Oh, Xiaolu. Let's go down and play with us. Tong Tong also come down. Lin Qiao saw Lin Xiaolu and the two little kids and walked over with a smile. At this time, a gray furry thing jumped over from behind. Wow, it's a big gray rabbit. When Lin Xiaolu and Zhang Zhang saw the gray fur behind, their eyes immediately lit up. Because this rabbit only liked to stay with Wu Yueling, it ignored Lin Xiaolu and Tong Tong even when they wanted to play with it. Lin Qiao turned back and bent down, grabbed the soft skin behind the rabbit's neck, and then walked over and stuffed it into Lin Xiaolu's arms. Let's go down to the hall to play. Chapter 577. Lin Xiaolu happily hugged the big gray rabbit and followed Lin Qiao down. When they reached the sofa in the hall below, Lin Qiao carried Xiao Buddy in and let her sit beside him. Wu Yueling lay on her lap and hugged Lin Qiao's waist. Why is Lingling hugging Elder Auntie's waist? Lin Xiaolu sat beside Wu Yueling with little gray rabbit in her arms. She looked at Wu Yueling in confusion. Who is Lingling talking to? Lin Xiaolu's special ability allowed her to sense Wu Yueling's strangeness, because Wu Yueling was talking to someone in her heart, but it didn't seem to be talking to Great Aunt. Lin Qiao also noticed that Lin Xiaolu could hear Wu Yueling's unguarded thoughts. He suddenly thought of her ability. Thinking of Lin Xiaolu's special ability, Lin Qiao thought of Wu Yueling at the same time. Wu Yueling had also awakened it before, but she had never used it before. He wondered if Lingling knew about his special ability. Lingling, do you know what superpowers are? Lin Qiao pulled Wu Yueling up and asked. Wu Yueling looked at Lin Qiao blankly and shook her head. At this moment, Wu Qingyue walked over and sat on the other side. Hasn't Tiny Tot used his ability yet? Lin Qiao raised his head and looked at Wu Qingyue. It had been more than a month since Tiny Tot's last awakening. It should be about time for him to use it. Nope. I don't know what her arcana is. Wu Qingyue shook his head. He was also very curious about Lingling's ability, but every time he asked, Lingling would have a blank look on her face. At this moment, Lin Qiao's stomach transmitted a voice into her mind. Mama, I know it's a healing type. Tiny Tot's energy has a healing effect, and when he uses it, it's an ability to heal injuries and illnesses. A healer. Lin Qiao lowered his head and asked in surprise. Lin Qiao's words confused Wu Qingyue. What do you mean? Who's a healer? Tiny one. Lin Qiao raised his head and looked at him. How did you know? Wu Qingyue looked at her in surprise. Even he didn't know, but she knew. What's more, this female zombie just asked him. Auntie, are you talking about Lingling's ability? She can heal wounds. Her wounds healed on their own. At this time, Lin Xiaolu seemed to understand Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue's conversation. Her own wound. When did she get hurt? Lin Xiao looked at Lin Xiaolu and glanced at Wu Qingyue. Didn't this man know that the child was injured? I really don't know. Lingling, when did you get hurt? Come here to daddy. Wu Qingyue was also very surprised. The smile on his face disappeared. He looked at Wu Yueling blankly and was about to call her over to check. Wu Yueling turned to look at him, shook her head, and refused to let go of Lin Xiao. TSK, now that you have her, you don't want your father anymore. Wu Qingyue looked at Wu Yueling gloomily. At this time, Lin Xiaolu said, it was last time. When Lingling came to play with us last time, she accidentally fell and scraped her palm. But it healed quickly and didn't bleed. Lin Xiaolu thought about the time when Wu Yueling's palm was scratched by the gravel, but Wu Yueling tore off the skin in front of her, and the wound healed in the blink of an eye. It didn't look like it was scratched at all. Originally, she wanted to tell the adults about this, but after playing for a while, she forgot about it. Is that so, Lingling? Lin Xiao lowered his head and asked Wu Yueling. Wu Yueling pondered for a moment before nodding. See, little man wasn't wrong. Little man said in Lin Xiao's mind. Can Lingling heal others like this? Lin Xiao asked her. If she wants to, she should be able to. Little man said. At this time, Xiao Liqing walked over and nodded to Lin Xiao, then said to Wu Qingyue, I'm ready. Wu Qingyue then said to Wu Yueling, okay, Lingling, are you done hugging? If you are, we can go back. But as soon as Wu Yueling heard that he wanted to go back, she immediately refused. She hugged Lin Xiao, turned her head, and showed him the back of her head. I just talked to little man, and you want me to leave. Okay, Lingling, hurry up and go back with your dad. I have to go back to work too. Lin Xiao patted Wu Yueling's head and said. But Wu Yueling raised her head and looked at her with teary eyes. Lin Xiao didn't know what to do. Lingling, come here, let's come play again next time. Dad has to go back to work. Wu Qingyue coaxed Lingling at this time. At this time, little man whispered to Wu Yueling, little one, go back with dad first, I'll ask mom to find you next time. Lin Xiao pretended not to hear what she said, picked up Wu Yueling, who was wearing thick clothes, and put her on the ground. The weather was already very cold. After the rain last time, the temperature dropped a lot. Except for Lin Xiao, who was afraid of heat, the cold weather didn't affect her much. But Wu Yueling, Lin Xiaolu, and Tong Tong were all wearing thick clothes. This was especially so for Tong Tong, who was the shortest among the three. He wore thick clothes like a bull. Wu Yueling was very obedient to little man's words. After hearing little man say that she could ask her zombie mom to find her, she asked in her heart. Really? Really, really? Wu Yueling let go of Lin Xiao, turned around and walked toward Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue looked at Lin Xiao and said, I see that your base seems to be very busy these days, so I won't bother you. Lin Xiao stood up and said politely to him, see you. Wu Qingyue pulled Wu Yueling, who was reluctant to leave, away. Seeing that this female zombie was so guarded against him, it was obvious that it wouldn't be so easy to conquer her. It seemed that he could only take it slow in the future. He didn't know why, but this time the female zombie seemed to be farther away than before. Did he feel something wrong? Especially this time, Lu Tianyu gave him a different feeling of novelty, so he couldn't help but care about what kind of zombie this female zombie was going to become. After Wu Qingyue left, Lin Xiao's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. This man's ability level, it seemed, or had it broken through to level 8. Although the other party tried his best to suppress the breath in his body, Lin Xiao was so close, it was impossible not to notice it. Lin Xiao glanced at the door that Wu Qingyue left, then said to Duan Wan, who was invisible next to him, you go inform Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, and Lu Yuding to go to the conference hall. I have a meeting later. Oh, you also call Chiu Lily and El March. Okay. Duan Wan nodded and turned to inform people. Chapter 578. Lin Qiao thought Wu Qingyue must have reached level 8 by now, but he didn't want to announce it so soon. She took Lin Xiaolu and Tong Tong back upstairs. Lin Xiaolu brought Tong Tong back to play. Lin Qiao sat at the head of the table and waited. Lin Feng, Yuan Tianqing, and the rest of the team came in one after the other. When Yuan Tianqing entered, Lin Qiao called out to him. Tianqing, get the base plans ready. I'll have a rough report in a bit. All right. Yuan Tianqing turned and walked to the file cabinets behind Lin Qiao. He picked up the papers that had been rolled up on top of them. When everyone was present, Lin Qiao began. There are a few things I want to talk about today, as well as the changes in everyone's work. The first is the attack on Yan Fangyu a few days ago, one of the leaders of Hidden Cloud City, Lu Zhuofeng. His motives aren't hard to guess, he's just trying to drive a wedge between us and Haiqing. But his main target is us. Lin Qiao stood up, her hands in the pockets of her pants. She continued. The second is this Lu Zhuofeng, he's reached level 8. It's clear there's been a change in the Southwest base's power, and the situation will change. Long Yubai might not be able to summon Hidden Cloud City and Skyfire Base to help him, but Lu Zhuofeng was already beyond his control. The third is the antidote. She paused, looking at Chiu Lily and Elmar, who looked as if it had nothing to do with them. She continued. I heard the Huaxia base's research on the zombie virus had some kind of breakthrough, and the results are out. It's a big breakthrough, and it's very exciting. Of course, if I were still human, I'd be very happy. But now that I've changed my identity, I can't be happy. The antidote is specifically for zombies. Specifically for zombies. What do you mean? Chiu Lily and Elmar finally realized the severity of Lin Qiao's words. Elmar was the first to ask. This was because not many people knew about this before, and it was considered a secret. Hence, apart from Lin Qiao, only Yuan Tianqing knew a little about it. Lin Qiao nodded and said, I heard that the Huaxia base has successfully developed this kind of antidote. It is said that after a 10-gram antidote is burned in the air, the infected cells of the ordinary zombies within a 10-meter radius will die, so the zombies will also return to normal and die. Although the current effect was only effective against ordinary zombies, there was no guarantee that in the future, there would not be another drug to deal with high-level zombies. This was a good thing for humans. But to us, it's a problem. Lin Qiao sighed after he finished speaking. Indeed, it's a good thing for humans. Chiu Lily nodded, but she didn't look happy. Because they were no longer human. Then, the last thing is Yan Fangyu. I had originally planned to cripple her after a while, but it seems that I need to get rid of her as soon as possible. As Lin Qiao spoke, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Chen Yuding asked in confusion, her? Did he still want to get rid of her? Didn't Haiqing already agree to our conditions? And they even sent the things over. It doesn't seem very honorable for us to do this. Lin Qiao looked at him and said, First, she entered this place and saw a lot of things. Do you think I will let her go so easily? Let's not talk about whether she will leak what she saw here, just the fact that she knows so much about our base is enough for her to die. Second, our base doesn't offend people, but we can't let others offend us either. If this woman can still live freely in Haiqing after doing such a thing, will others think that our base is easy to bully? Then, you came to harass me again and again. The fact that she had already stolen the information was enough for her to die. The zombie cores and seeds only offset the life of a small soldier, it couldn't offset the fact that she had stolen the base's information. Although Lin Qiao knew that Yan Fangyu didn't steal the information she wanted to know, the other bases didn't know this. Others might think that Yan Fangyu had obtained the information about the new base in the upper city and then swaggered back to her own base. Then we've already accepted Haiqing's conditions, right? This way, others will also criticize us. Chen Yuding still didn't quite understand. Didn't we also let her go back? Moreover, Yan Fangyu left our base and died somewhere else. If you don't say anything, who will know that we did it? Lin Qiao looked at him and continued, and she died because Haiqing didn't protect her well, or because Yan Fangyu didn't know how to protect herself. She can't blame anyone else. Yuan Tianqing also said at this time, after she left our base, the other bases no longer cared who killed her. Otherwise, why would someone secretly try to kill her and ruin the relationship between Haiqing and our base? So that's how it is. Chen Yuding finally understood and had a look of realization. Then I'll kill this Yan Fangyu. At this time, Qiu Lily suddenly said. Qiu Lily already hated this woman. Last time, if it wasn't for the two seriously injured and dying people, Qiu Lily would have directly chased after this woman and killed her. No need, I'll take care of her. The few of you stay here for this period of time and try your best to speed up the construction of the wall. I'll take care of Yan Fangyu and Long Yubai. Lin Qiao shook her head and said to her. Everyone looked at each other and then looked at each other. Did this mean that the leader was going to leave the base again? Lin Qiao looked at everyone's expression and nodded, yes, I'm going to leave. And this time, I won't take any of you out. Then she began to call names, Yuan Tianqing, speed up the construction of the wall. Lin Feng, your ability level isn't stable, stabilize it during this period of time and don't have any accidents. Chen Yuding, you and Elmar will split into 2 teams to collect building materials. Lily, you stay in the base and guard it. Pay attention to the high-level zombies that I brought back. Luckily, we don't have many people in the base, so we don't need many winter materials. The ones that we collected before are basically enough. Lin Feng was also one of the foundations of the base, so there couldn't be any accidents. That was why Lin Qiao specifically ordered him to stabilize his ability and temporarily let Chen Yuding handle other things. There was also no need to worry about food, because the military base that Lin Qiao sent Lin Feng to had indeed collected a lot of military food. Chapter 579. By the way, there's one more thing. It's the name of this base. Do you guys have any suggestions? Lin Qiao finally thought of a question and raised it. Of course, the name of the base couldn't be the same as the place, so they had to start naming it when they were building the wall. After the wall was built, the name would be official. Name? That's right. If we don't name it, everyone will get used to calling it Upper City Base. Yuan Tianqing was stunned and agreed. Name? How should we name it? What factors should we start with? Elmar asked. Speaking of factors, most of the bases were named according to the region. For example, Hidden Cloud City, Ocean City, Black Dragon City, and Mongolian Tribe. Hidden Cloud City and Ocean City were named after Tibet and Shanghai. Black Dragon City and Mongolian Tribe were the same. One was the base in Heilongjiang Province, and the other was the base in Gansu Province. Some bases were named according to the leader. For example, Skyfire and Earth Dragon were named according to the leader. Pluto was the same, but Pluto didn't represent the leader. It was just a title given by Lin Qiao's team to the superior leader. As for Huaxia, it was based on the 5,000-year tradition of Huaxia. There are not only humans in our city, but also zombies. And we want to build 2 cities, not inner and outer cities, but 2 extremes. Lin Qiao said, why don't we use these factors to name it? Black flame. Because your superpower is black flame. Qiu Lily looked at Lin Qiao with her big black eyes and said. Lin Qiao said. It's a bit old-fashioned. Pfft, the others. How is it old-fashioned? Qiu Lily was angry and shouted, why don't we call it Yan Huang? The descendants of Yan Huang. Isn't it more old-fashioned? Pfft, Elmar tilted her head and laughed. The corners of the three men's mouths twitched, and Yuan Tianqing's already smiling lips curled up even more. Since we are going to build Yinyang City, why don't we call it Yinyang Base? Elmar turned around and said. That sounds better than two extremes. Or Twin Cities. Lin Feng said. Unworldly Peach Garden. Or the Underworld Hole. Chen Yuding chimed in. Why do I feel like you don't want to become an immortal cultivator, but a devil cultivator? Elmar looked at Chen Yuding with a blank expression. Lin Qiao interrupted, that's a far cry from the factors I just mentioned. What is it called? Elmar asked her. At this moment, Yuan Tianqing said, the situation here should be considered quite unique, and the leader is not a human. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Qiao and continued, I think this will definitely be our base in the future. Plus, the leader has the space and the energy lake that can restore the functions of all living things. Why not call it Hexin Base? A place of peace and new life. Lin Qiao leaned against the table, took out a hand from his pocket, and rubbed his chin. He said, according to what you said, I might stuff a lot of mutated animals into this base in the future and plant a lot of plants. I can also change the land into organic land. Why don't we call it the universal base? Here, all lives were equal. As long as you live according to our laws. City of Multitude Base. City of Multitude. I feel something about this. It's all so easy to say, Qiu Lily said. I agree. Yuan Tianqing nodded. I'm fine with it. Multitude it is. Lin Feng nodded. According to Lin Qiao, there were still many aspects to develop in the future construction of the base. Since the three of them agreed, the other two naturally had no objections. Therefore, the name of the base was decided, and it would be announced the next day. After the meeting, Chen Yuding and Elmar went their separate ways to collect building materials. Actually, the main thing was to find cement. Lin Qiao also left, of course, no one knew that she had left. After leaving the base in stealth mode, Lin Qiao walked along a small road. She drove in the direction of Haiqing, being very careful along the way. She would hide the car after smelling people from afar. After passing a deserted area, she would take out the car and drive away. Fortunately, the weather was cold now, and the number of corpse hunters that came out had decreased significantly. Lin Qiao only met one group on the way to Haiqing, and it took her 2 hours to arrive. Naturally, she wanted to enter the city without anyone noticing. Even Wu Qingyue would not be able to find out. When she entered Haiqing, Lin Qiao sensed Wu Qingyue's strong aura. Sure enough, this guy had secretly risen to level 8, and he was still desperately hiding it from her. Who knew what he was planning? Once he returned to his own base, he immediately unleashed his aura. It was likely that at this time, some of the spies from the major bases knew, and some didn't. This was because those who could sense his leveling up would need to be at least level 6 or 7 to be able to sense it. Those whose abilities were too low would probably not be able to sense it. This was because the intelligence agents sent by the various bases might not be above level 6, but there were also some strange people like the two from Qingshan base. Lin Qiao didn't care about him. Anyway, this person's level was already at the limit, and he was on the verge of breaking through. Now, this was not unexpected. She turned invisible and followed Yan Fengyu's scent to find him. What do you mean? I'm a dignified deputy commander, and I was ambushed by a half-dead base on the way. Are we just going to let it go? At this time, Yan Fangyu was in Zhou Shihui's office making a fuss. Her face and forehead were bandaged, and only half of her face and one eye were exposed. But now the half of her face that was exposed was a twisted expression of resentment. We don't have any evidence to prove that they did it. You didn't even see who the other party was, so how can you insist that it must be the other party's people? And old He and Xiao Yunlong also brought back news that the person who attacked you was someone else, and not the old Hell King's people in the upper city. Zhou Shihui sat at his desk and said without raising his head as he looked at the documents. He didn't even look at Yan Fangyu. Bang! Yan Fangyu threw herself in front of his desk and slammed her palms on the edge of the desk. Of course they won't admit that they did it. But you actually believe their words. I really can't believe it. Why don't you believe me? Zhou Shihui looked up at her. Stop making a fuss, your face is still injured. You need to rest more. It would have been better if he didn't say this, but once he said it, Yan Fangyu exploded. But she didn't shout again, but took a deep breath, and then took another deep breath. Then she suddenly turned and left, and when she left, she slammed the door with a loud bang. Zhou Shihui looked at her back as she left, sighed and shook his head. Then he continued to work. He was really busy. He couldn't finish reading the documents, nor could he finish approving them. There were all kinds of meetings to attend during the day, and he had to prepare for tomorrow's work before going to bed tonight. How could he be in the mood to deal with this woman? Chapter 580. Yan Fangyu walked out of Zhou Shihui's office with a gloomy face and returned to her own office. She sat on the office chair and gritted her teeth. That's it. That's it. Impossible. I won't let you off. Yan Fangyu's current expression coupled with the bandage on her face would have scared a child to tears. Because this woman's current aura was too dark and too violent. But no matter how unhappy she was, there was nothing she could do at the moment. She also returned to Sea City base. Although she was attacked, she did not die. In this way, Sea City did not have enough evidence. Of course, they would not clearly think that it was the people from uptown who did it. But in her opinion, it did not matter whether there was evidence or not. Since the other party did it behind the scenes, there would certainly not be any evidence left. Obviously, Wu Qingyue and Zhou Shihui did not want to ruin their relationship with the people from uptown. How could she believe that there was no level 7 wind ability user among the people from uptown? If there wasn't a level 7 arcanist guarding the place, would their base be safe and sound until now? She did not believe it. Those people must be cunning enough to hide a level 7 ability user among them. Or maybe it was that Miss Liu. Maybe her ability was of the wind attribute. The more Yan Fangyu thought about it, the angrier she felt. She had nowhere to vent her anger. She stood up abruptly, picked up her coat, and turned to leave the office. Don't follow me. Let me be alone. After leaving the door, Yan Fangyu said to her subordinate at the door. Yes. The subordinate who wanted to follow her had to stop. Yan Fangyu put on her coat and strode out. After a while, she walked out of the administrative building and then turned to walk into the inner area. Gradually, she avoided the places with people and began to walk into the alleys with no people. Occasionally, she would look back to see if anyone appeared behind her. After seeing that there was no one behind her, Yan Fangyu suddenly turned around and disappeared into the alley. It turned out that there was an underground staircase behind her, but it was covered. Most people would not find this abnormal place. After Yan Fangyu walked down, she felt around the dark wall and found a switch. After pressing it, the underground staircase lit up. After walking down 2 spiral staircases, there was an underground passage. The end of the passage was not far, about 7 or 8 meters. When Yen Fangyu reached the end, there was a very thick door. There was even an electronic lock on the door, and it required a fingerprint scan. Yen Fangyu extended her index finger and scanned her fingerprint on the door. Then, the door opened automatically. She walked in and the door closed behind her. After entering, it was a clean and tidy room. Under the dim light in the room, there was only a bed, a table, and a wooden chair. There was a small door in the corner of the room. It was probably the bathroom. The man sitting on the chair was also looking up at the door. What happened to your face? I can't believe someone is willing to hurt your face. The man said to her with a smile, but his words were obviously sarcastic. Yen Fangyu took off her coat and threw it on the bed. Then she stood by the bed and began to take off her clothes. Come here, she said indifferently, not reacting to the man's words. Seeing her attitude, the man's handsome face flashed with humiliation. He didn't follow her words and walked over. Instead, he sneered and said, "Why? It's only been a week since you came here last time, right? Why are you not satisfied again? You really are a lewd woman. I wonder how people will react when they see you like this. Stop talking nonsense. Don't you want it? You stay here all day and can't do anything. Don't you want me to accompany you?" Yen Fangyu took off her shirt, revealing only her bra. She turned to the man and said, "A beauty like me can't be touched by others. What are you dissatisfied with? That's because others don't know what you really look like. A woman like you will only make people sick." The man looked disdainful. Yen Fangyu narrowed her eyes and looked at him. Then she put her hands on her waist and began to untie her pants. If other men were here and saw Yen Fangyu in her underwear, they would definitely be mesmerized by her perky breasts, slender and graceful waist, as well as her long white legs. But at this moment, the man looked disgusted. Yen Fangyu walked over to him, grabbed his collar and dragged him up. The man was just an ordinary person, not a superpower user. So under Yen Fangyu's violence, he was directly dragged away from the chair and then thrown onto the bed. Before he could react, he felt a weight on his body. The woman was already on top of him. What's the point of resisting every time? Why don't you come and serve me obediently? That way, you won't have to suffer so much, right? Yen Fangyu stared at him coldly with half of her face. Then, she took out a pill from somewhere. She sat on the man's waist and held his face with one hand, controlling his face. Then she stuffed the pill into the man's mouth. The man gritted his teeth to stop her from shoving the pill in and glared at her fiercely. How ugly! At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the sealed room. Yen Fangyu and the man under her were stunned at the same time. Then, they turned their heads in the direction of the voice. But there was nothing there. Just when Yen Fangyu was wondering if she had heard wrongly, she suddenly felt the back of her head as if it was being held tightly by a hand. The expression of the man on top of Yen Fangyu suddenly changed. He looked behind Yen Fangyu in shock. Lin Qiao actually came in with her. After watching the show from the side for a while, he saw that the woman was about to force herself on him, so he made a move. Yen Fangyu felt a sharp pain in her head and the pill in her hand loosened. Then, she screamed with a ferocious expression. Her body stiffened and her head was pulled back by Lin Qiao. But that wasn't important. What was important was that Yen Fangyu felt the energy core in her head was rioting as if it was about to explode. Don't worry, I won't let you die. But whether or not you'll become an idiot, I don't know. A strange energy drilled into Yen Fangyu's head from Lin Qiao's hand. This wasn't the energy of her poison fire ability. She had separated the energy from the spatial lake and then sent a large amount of it into the opponent's energy core. If Lin Qiao used the energy of the poison fire, this woman would die. But even so, Yan Fangyu still spat out a mouthful of blood with a pfff sound. The man under her was sprayed all over his face. Chapter 581. At this time, the man could only see the black fog behind Yan Fangyu, and he couldn't see the person inside. But he could hear that it was a woman's voice. At this moment, Yan Fangyu's whole body suddenly stiffened, and there was a crisp sound in her mind. Of course, this was something the man couldn't feel, so only Lin Qiao, who let go of her hand, could feel it. After Lin Qiao let go of her hand, Yan Fangyu's stiff body slowly fell forward, and then with a poof, she fell on the man who hadn't reacted yet. The man suddenly came back to his senses after being pressed by her, and then he reacted fiercely and pushed Yan Fangyu to the side. He quickly turned over on the bed, and retreated to the corner of the wall with some fear. Lin Qiao saw his reaction, but didn't say anything. Instead, she turned around and walked to the door, then reached out and pressed on the alloy door. Sizzle sizzle, not long after, the door began to melt from the place where her hand touched, and a hole began to form under her hand. The hole gradually expanded, and soon it was big enough for an adult to crawl through. Lin Qiao withdrew her hand, and then disappeared in a flash with a cloud of black fog, leaving behind the man who didn't know how to react, and Yan Fangyu who was lying on the bed in her underwear, with her eyes empty and mouth bleeding. After more than 10 seconds, the man gradually came back to his senses. He tried to lean toward the door, while turning his head to observe Yan Fangyu's situation, and found that she still maintained her original posture, lying on the bed motionlessly. After the man leaned against the door, he hurriedly crawled out, and then ran away without looking back. He didn't know if Yan Fangyu was dead, but it seemed that she was almost dead. However, if he had checked Yan Fangyu's breath before he left, he would have found that she was still alive. But the energy core in Yan Fangyu's mind had already cracked. As for when she woke up, would she be normal, or would she become an idiot? This would have to wait until someone found her first. After Lin Qiao left the basement, she directly left High City. Anyway, she only came to deal with this woman and didn't directly kill her, so it didn't count as breaking the deal with High City. The entire base didn't know that a certain female zombie had come and gone. Even Wu Qingyue, who was busy reading documents, didn't notice. After Lin Qiao was 2 kilometers away from Haiqing, she released the car and Lu Tianyi for some fresh air. Because those dozens of seeds weren't enough for this kid to play with for long. Hence, after Lin Qiao went in, the lad expressed that he wanted to follow her out. He didn't want to stay inside as it was too boring. All right then, you can come out and be the driver. Thus, Lin Qiao let him out. She asked Lu Tianyi to drive in the direction of Hunan because the location of the Earth Dragon base was in Hunan near the city of Guizhou. Oh woo, the little tiger that was crawling around in the back seat was crying out in hunger. Because it had been starved for many days. Okay, I'll get you something to eat later. Lin Qiao looked back at it and said. Most of the little guy's injuries had healed, and his body had been transformed by Lin Qiao using the energy of the lake. He could indeed start eating now. Lu Tianyi turned his head and glanced at her. There was a question in his heart that he could not figure out. Lin Qiao turned around and looked at him. After thinking for a while, he said, "Do you think my relationship with Lin Feng and the others is strange?" Of course, there's a reason. When Lu Tianyi first heard her words, he looked at her in surprise. He thought she would say something to solve his doubts. But this female zombie said, "Of course there's a reason, isn't this nonsense?" Of course, he knew there must be a reason. Lu Tianyi stared at Lin Qiao angrily. Ha, you'll know when the time is right. Right now, you might not understand what's going on. Lin Qiao laughed and said to him. Lu Tianyi's expression was like this. After driving for a few hours, the sky turned dark. Although the night had no effect on the siblings who had become zombies, Lin Qiao said she wanted to eat meat, so they found a mountain road near the river and stopped. She actually said she wanted to eat meat. Eat human meat. Lu Tianyi looked at Lin Qiao with a blank face. He couldn't believe it. He thought that zombies could only eat humans, so when Lin Qiao said she wanted to eat meat, he subconsciously thought that Lin Qiao wanted to eat humans. However, he thought that she had become better, so this thought surprised him. Lin Qiao smelled the air around her, turned back to look at him and said, "What are you thinking? Am I a zombie that will eat humans?" Zombies that eat humans all have hostility on their bodies. Did you notice? She saw Lu Tianyi's blank face. She suddenly thought that this guy had become a zombie not long ago and had been staying in her space for the past few days. And the zombies in her space didn't have much hostility. Those zombies with strong hostility had long been killed by Lin Qiao. Those zombies that she left in her space were also selected by Lin Qiao. Because Lin Qiao slowly found out that the hostility on zombies was divided into several types. One was killing people, one was killing zombies, and the other was killing animals. For example, the hostility of zombie dogs mostly came from the bloody smell of mutated animals. Because it liked to eat animals. As for zombies that eat people, their hostility will be mixed with a fresh and strong smell of blood. If they hadn't eaten humans for a long time and only attacked other zombies, this kind of zombies would even eat the meat of other zombies. So the smell on their bodies would be very smelly, because they lacked a bloody smell. That was the difference. Therefore, the zombies that Lin Qiao left in her space were all very smelly. Although it was very smelly, after Lin Qiao occasionally used the lake water to bathe them for a few minutes, it was no longer so smelly. Then if you don't eat humans, why do you eat meat? Lu Tianyi looked at her in disbelief. Just you wait. Lin Qiao said as she opened the car door and got out. Under Lu Tianyi's blank expression, she began to take off her clothes. Lu Tianyi, who watched her take off her clothes, was speechless. Lin Qiao took off her coat, and then a black mist overflowed from her body and surrounded her whole body. Lu Tianyi only saw her throw her clothes on the roadside stones one by one, and the black mist that she walked towards the river bank. Then he saw her plunge into the river and disappear. Lu Tianyi's face was blank. He had no idea what Lu Tianyi was doing in the lake. Was she going to catch fish? No way. Would zombies eat fish? Thinking of this, Lu Tianyi also stretched his neck towards the river and sniffed. In the end, he only smelled a pungent smell of water, which almost made him choke. Lu Tianyi quickly covered his nose and turned his head to the other side. The surroundings were silent. He didn't know if it was because they were in the suburbs, but there was no smell of people or other zombies around. Chapter 582. Not long after, Lu Tianyi heard the sound of water from the other side of the river. He turned his head to take a look. Suddenly, there was a puff-dash sound. A big black shadow flew out of the water and landed on the road. Pound-dash, Lu Tianyi looked at the big crab that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Then a figure slowly walked out of the lake. Its body was still wrapped in a black mist. Lu Tianyi looked at the big crab that was flipping on the road and preparing to run with its 8 legs. It was a really big one, as big as the bottom of a big bucket. The shell on its back looked extremely hard, and there were sharp spikes that looked like saw teeth. 2 thick pincers, one big and one small, were waving. The big crab looked very ferocious, but it was terrified and wanted to escape. Lu Tianyi looked at the ferocious and brandishing crab and didn't know how to react. One look and he knew it was a mutant crab from the river, and it was so big. Why was it thrown up here? Was she going to eat this crab? Looking at these mutant animals that had become spirits after the end of the world, Lu Tianyi really didn't know how to react. He also didn't know why Sister Zombie threw the crab out. Was she really going to eat it? Ayaya, it's going to run. Lu Tianyi, why are you in a daze? Catch it. While Lu Tianyi was still in a daze, Lin Chao's voice came from the other side. Lu Tianyi came back to his senses and saw that the big crab had moved to the other side. He quickly rushed over and was ready to use his ability, but he found that he couldn't feel the energy of his ability. Then he remembered that he had become a zombie, and he was currently a low-level ordinary zombie without any ability. Lu Tianyi rushed over, but then he froze because he didn't have any ability. But he quickly reacted. He didn't have any ability, but he still had a gun. He still had, but when Lu Tianyi touched the waist of his pants, it was empty. There was no gun. He didn't have anything on him for the past few days. He didn't do anything in Sister Zombie's space, so how could he have a gun? So Lu Tianyi was empty-handed, and he couldn't use his ability. He could only block the crab that was about to run and stare. He didn't dare to rush forward directly. Those two big pincers were very powerful. Oh woo, at this time, the little tiger crawled out of the window and poked its little head out. It excitedly howled at the big crab in front of Lu Tianyi. When the crab saw that Lu Tianyi was blocking its way, it immediately stopped. Then, it turned left and right, wanting to continue running. Therefore, Lu Tianyi blocked it from both sides. At this moment, a large rock suddenly flew over from the riverside. With a thud, it hit the crab's hard shell and rolled down. Lu Tianyi was taken aback. He looked at the crab again. Although the shell on its back was intact, there was definitely some shock. Then, Lin Chao walked over and waved his claws at the big crab. Puff, 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 then, the crab's 2 pincers and 8 claws all fell to the ground. Lin Chao went back to the car and took the clothes that Lu Tianyi had picked up for her. Then, she turned around and put them on the other side of the car. Are you afraid of it? After she put on the clothes, she walked out and saw Lu Tianyi pinching his nose to avoid the big crab. You're not going to eat this thing, are you? Lu Tianyi looked at her with a face of disbelief. Zombies eating crabs. It's scary just thinking about it. Lin Chao walked over and squatted on the ground. She slapped the biggest pincer with her hand. Crack! Crack! The hard pincer was smashed into pieces by her slap. She picked it up and then broke the broken shell off, revealing the delicious meat inside. She turned her head to look at Lu Tianyi and saw that he was looking at her with a strange expression. Lin Chao broke off the hard shell of the crab pincer and put the meat in her mouth. Although it had a fishy smell, the texture was soft and chewy. It was very delicious. Oh, it's a little sweet. Delicious. After Lin Chao took a bite, she raised her eyebrows. It was different from the snake meat, rat meat, and turtle meat that she had eaten before. The meat of this big river crab was also very tender and smooth. Lin Chao dug out the meat in the big pincer in a few bites. She picked up a smaller crab pincer and threw it at Lu Tianyi. Take it and feed it to that little guy. I don't think it's picky, she said. Lu Tianyi hurriedly caught the crab pincer that she threw. The fishy smell made him want to vomit. He then looked at his sister zombie and saw that she had already picked up other crab claws and started eating. The way to eat was very simple. She just smashed the claws and then took out the meat inside and directly put it in her mouth to eat. And she seemed to be eating it very happily. Lu Tianyi could only walk to the car with the crab pincer in his hand. There was actually a zombie that ate animal meat. This was the first time he saw it. But why didn't he have any interest in this crab? Instead, he felt that it was very smelly. Didn't she feel that it was very smelly? Could she still eat it? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he immediately threw it out. What was smelly? Looking at the way she was eating, it was obviously very delicious. Lu Tianyi turned around and looked at Lin Qiao smashing the crab claws while eating. Her expression seemed to be enjoying it. It made people think that she was eating delicious food. He looked at his hand and sighed. He turned around and looked at the crab pincer in his hand. How was he going to open this shell and get the meat out for the little tiger to eat? He definitely couldn't smash such a hard shell. His strength was several levels lower than that of the fellow who was eating with relish. After thinking about it, he began to look around. The night would affect human vision, but it had no effect on zombies. Soon he saw a stone, so he hugged the pincer in his hand and walked over. Lin Qiao gnawed clean the 8 crab claws. Then she turned around and looked at the big naked crab. This thing had been hit by a stone and its legs were all cut off. At this time, it was already weak. Lin Qiao flipped the crab's stomach up, then flicked his fingernails towards the crab's abdomen. Sigh, a crack appeared on the crab's white abdomen. This time, the crab couldn't be more dead, because its stomach had been cut open. While Lin Qiao was fiddling with the crab meat, Lu Tianyi also smashed the crab pincer in his hand. When he dug out the meat inside, he found that it didn't smell as bad as before. However, he was still not interested in the crab meat, so he turned around and fed the meat to the tiger cub. Oh woo, the little tiger, who had long smelled the scent of food, was restless. When it saw Lu Tianyi coming over, it immediately cried out a few times. Chapter 583. In the end, Long Yubai failed to convince Lu Zhuofeng. Lu Zhuofeng's reason for appearing in Earth Dragon was because he wanted to work with Long Yubai and Skyfire's people before heading to China. Lu Zhuofeng's mind wasn't on the level 7 zombie. He went to Hangzhou for Long Yubai's sake, but he didn't see any level 7 zombies. Instead, he got a piece of news. There was a level 8 adept in the new Uptown base. Long Yubai was reluctant, but there was nothing he could do. The next afternoon, all the major bases received the news. China's notice was out. In 15 days, there would be a public meeting on the antidote. All the bases were invited to send people to China's base within the next 15 days. Usually, in such a situation, it would be a leader who would lead the team. Lin Qiao arrived a few kilometers away from the base. She stowed the car and Lu Tianyi away in the space. She stealthily made her way to the base. As she neared the perimeter wall, she sensed a strong presence from the base. It was almost the same as Wu Qingyue's, but a little weaker. She knew it was Lu Zhuofeng. She didn't expect him to be at level 8. She had heard he was at level 7 and ready to break through. It looked like humans were improving fast, and everyone was still hiding their true strength. Lin Qiao easily followed the people coming in and out of the gate and snuck into the Earth Dragon base. Of course, she had been to the enemy's base before. Know thyself, know thy enemy. Just like how Long Yubai was familiar with her Netherworld King's base, she was no stranger to the Earth Dragon base. She jumped to the top of a building and sniffed around. Then her expression darkened, and her eyes grew cold. Following the scent in the direction of the inner district, Lin Qiao did not directly look for Long Yubai or the other Himu and Lu Zhuofeng in his base. She went in the direction of a high-class residential area, following the scent to a certain building. This was the high-class residential area, and most of the people living here were Arcanists, and they were rank 3 to rank 5 Arcanists. Of course, there were also a few level 6 adepts. As for Lin Qiao, he was aiming for this 6th level paranormal. The door on the roof was locked. Lin Qiao walked to the door of the stairwell and reached out to press the lock. A wisp of black gas entered through the crack of the door and wrapped around the lock. Soon, the entire lock disappeared. The lock was also completely devoured by the black gas. With a soft sound, the door opened. Lin Qiao grabbed the door and pulled it open. She entered the room in a flash, leaving the door closed behind her. A tall man was sitting on a sofa in a room on a certain floor below. He was holding a glass of wine in his hand. There was some transparent liquid in the glass. The man poured the last mouthful of liquid into his mouth and then made a satisfied expression. Tisk. Hey, I say, will the leader and the others be leaving tomorrow? At this time, another man's voice was heard. Then, a figure walked out of the kitchen. Maybe. Lin Ruifeng picked up the bottle of white wine on the table and poured some into the glass. Then he nodded. The man who came out of the kitchen was much shorter than Lin Ruifeng and thinner. But his facial features were similar to Lin Ruifeng's. Clearly, he was related to Lin Ruifeng by blood. Every time something happens, the two from Skyfire Base and Hidden Cloud City will come. Why does our leader always want to rely on others? The thinner man said. This was Lin Ruifeng's cousin, Lin Ruihua. Lin Ruifeng wasn't very good looking, but Lin Ruihua was a bit more handsome. He wasn't as strong as his cousin, who was built like a bull. He doesn't have the ability to do something so big. If it weren't for those two helping him, he wouldn't have become the leader of this base. How strong do you think he is? Lin Ruifeng looked at him disdainfully. Bro, you should take advantage of this time when he's not around to break through your level. Don't keep warming that man's bed, don't you find it disgusting? No matter how good-looking he is, he's still a man. Lin Ruihua said disdainfully. At the mention of this, Lin Ruifeng grew impatient. You think I want to sleep with him? I'm disgusted too. But if I refused, I would probably end up like those two guys, being killed for no reason and not even knowing what happened. I'm not strong enough, and our men aren't mature enough. Let's just wait. I know. That's why I want you to break through, right? Last time, he left you outside and came back by himself. He didn't even think about how you got hurt trying to save him. Lin Ruihua said. But once you break through, he'll at least be a little more cautious. Yeah. But I don't know how long they'll take to come back. He'll probably bring Yi Hao with him. Let's see what happens first. Lin Ruifeng said. Going to such a dangerous place, of course he would bring the wolf with him. Lin Ruihua nodded. He suddenly thought of something and asked, Oh, right. Last time you went to Hangzhou, were there really level 2 king-level zombies? Yes, there really is. And it was very strange. The zombies seemed to be controlled, and they were very obedient. Lin Ruifeng nodded. I heard that Lu Zhuofeng went there 2 days ago, but he didn't come back with anything. Lin Ruihua sat on the sofa and poured himself a glass of wine. We didn't see Hades with our own eyes, but the information from Haiqing shouldn't be wrong. Tomorrow, bring a few people and quietly go there to check it out. Lin Ruifeng suddenly thought of something and said. Lin Ruihua was startled, but he quickly reacted. He nodded and said, Oh. Okay, I got it. But if Hades really wants to build a new base, what do you want to do? Lin Ruifeng drank a mouthful of wine and looked at him. Then he said, If that's the case, of course we can't let them build it smoothly. But the first thing is to find out what's going on. Why do they have the confidence to build a new base? I thought they were smart enough to directly join Haiqing's base. That's true. They only have a few people. Aren't they afraid of being eaten by the zombies when building the base? Oh right, you said they can control the zombies. Lin Ruihua was talking, but but he suddenly realized something and changed the topic. Chapter 584. That's why I said it's weird. Lin Ruifeng glanced at him, his eyes deep. I see. I'll investigate it carefully. Lin Ruifeng nodded. Lin Ruifeng looked at him. But you still have to be careful. You'll know when you get there. If something is wrong, retreat immediately. And the two of them drank half a bottle of wine. Lin Ruifeng suddenly said, Brother, she should be in my room tonight, right? Lin Ruifeng's expression froze. He immediately reacted and nodded. Got it. Bring her over. Your injury hasn't healed yet. You need to control yourself. Lin Ruifeng smiled, but there was a hint of meaning in his smile. It doesn't matter. It's just a woman. Lin Ruifeng didn't care. Okay. Lin Ruifeng's smile became excited. He put down the wine glass in his hand, stood up, and walked to the door of the room next to him. He opened the door and walked in. Not long after, the door opened. Lin Ruihua dragged a woman whose hands were tied as he walked out and turned into another room. When the woman walked over, she lowered her head slightly. Her fierce gaze shot out from under her messy long hair, shooting straight at Lin Ruifeng on the sofa. But she was quickly pushed into another room by Lin Ruifeng. Don't forget her medicine. Be careful if it doesn't work. This woman will jump up and bite you. Lin Ruifeng felt her gaze. He turned his head and glanced at her, but he didn't care. He said to Lin Ruifeng, who was about to close the door. I know. Don't worry. Lin Ruifeng didn't seem to care. After entering the room, Lin Ruifeng closed the door and pushed the woman onto the bed. The woman had waist-length hair, but she only wore a loose bathrobe. Her feet were bare. When Lin Ruifeng pushed her onto the bed, the hem of the bathrobe was flipped up, revealing a pair of white legs. The weather was very cold, and there was no heater in the room. The windows were open, and the cold air kept pouring in. The woman shuddered and shrunk her legs back. The expression on her face did not change, and her eyes were still filled with a cold and sharp gaze, whether it was towards Lin Ruihua or Lin Ruifeng. However, she was very calm and did not seem to be afraid of Lin Ruihua. Although she could guess what this seemingly gentle and handsome man was going to do next, she did not care about it. Her eyes were cold and filled with killing intent, as if she would definitely kill this man if she had the chance. What? Still unwilling to submit? A few months had passed, and the Netherworld King's base had long since disappeared. Why can't you let go of the past and live well with us two brothers? Seeing her like this, Lin Ruihua stood by the bed and said to her with some dissatisfaction. What? You destroyed our base. Do you expect us to be friendly to you? What a joke. The woman's voice was cold and deep. Even if his body couldn't exert any strength, his words were full of vigor. TSK TSK TSK, every time I see your face like this, I really want to press you under my body and watch you cry in pain. Lin Ruihua clicked his tongue twice and said in a strange tone. However, the woman just sneered at him and said, Then you will be disappointed. It's just being bitten by a dog, what's there to cry about? It's disgusting. A man like you deserves to be unable to find a woman to be your spouse. Not to mention that you won't have a chance to have puppies in the future. Hearing what the woman said, Lin Ruihua's face immediately became gloomy. That's right, a spouse was what every man desired now. But women were so rare now, it was impossible to find someone who was compatible with him. Therefore, a captive like this woman from another base could only be assigned to a man with a high status. For example, Lin Ruifeng, one of the deputy leaders. Lin Ruifeng had used his own merits to get this woman for himself. But he didn't mind enjoying the treatment of this woman with his cousin. But the woman he chose did not show a weak posture at all. Even if she was played by the two brothers every day, she was calm as if she was just bitten by a dog. Although she couldn't wait to turn around and bite the two dogs to death. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped in from the window of the room. A woo, a strange low roar sounded in the entire room. Ha! Lin Ruehua and the woman were stunned. Both of them turned to look at the window at the same time and saw a tall bald animal standing there baring its teeth at the two of them. Lin Ruehua and the woman froze at the same time. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they stared at the bald zombie dog with many cracks on its body. That's right, even if there was no hair on its body and there were many wounds on its body, its head shape did not change. However, the shape of its head did not change. It was just that the crack in its mouth was a little bigger, and its teeth were sharper. The pair of dark and lifeless eyes were staring at the two of them. Lin Ruihua's head exploded with a bang. The expression on his face was one of disbelief and confusion. Then, it turned into horror. But he didn't dare to move and could only maintain his original posture. The woman on the bed also had a face of disbelief. She looked at the zombie dog that suddenly flew in from the window as if she had seen a ghost. Lin Ruehua was so shocked that he couldn't recover. He unconsciously opened his mouth. But before he could shout, he suddenly saw a blur in front of him. The zombie dog disappeared. Just when he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, a big mouth suddenly appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Ha-pu-, a light gasp came from the big mouth. Lin Ruehua didn't even have time to see what was going on before he was thrown into the gap at the end of the bed. He didn't even have time to make a sound. Bang, the woman on the bed just looked at the vibration and collision coming from the end of the bed with a blank face. She also looked at Lin Ruehua's struggling legs. Blood splattered everywhere, splattering all over the walls and the bed. At this time, the zombie dog suddenly raised its head. With a mouth full of blood, it turned its head and looked at the woman on the bed. It curiously sniffed and then its eyes lit up. When the woman's eyes met the pair of bright eyes, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart and suddenly woke up. Only then did her expression change. It wasn't panic, fear, or panic. Instead, it was vigilance. She was calm and composed just now, but now her whole body was tense and extremely vigilant. However, just when she thought that the zombie dog would suddenly pounce on her in the next second, she saw that the zombie dog sniffed at her and then turned to the direction of the door. Chapter 585. The woman was at a loss. She looked at the zombie dog with a confused expression as it walked to the door. It bent its hind legs and sat there. The woman looked at this scene and couldn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, the corner of her eyes moved, and she turned her head to look at the window again. She saw a giant black snake that was thicker than her waist quietly slipping in from the window. The snake head seemed to feel her gaze, and its movements paused slightly. Then it raised its head and looked at her with a pair of diamond-shaped snake eyes. But it only looked for a second, and the giant snake continued to slide into the room. After slithering for more than 10 seconds, the entire snake finally entered the small bedroom. So other than the bed, the floor under the bed had been occupied by the giant snake that was dozens of meters long. Mutant snake. The woman looked at the snake and already guessed what it was. But when she looked at the zombie dog sitting by the door, she didn't know how to react. After the mutant snake came in, it sniffed the dead body at the end of the bed, then turned its head with a look of disgust and stared at the woman on the bed. At this time, the woman didn't even dare to breathe, not to mention move. Just then, the door suddenly opened. The woman's expression changed, and she immediately turned her head, thinking that Lin Ruehua, who was outside the door, noticed something and came to open the door to check. But when she turned her head, there was no one outside the door. Instead, the zombie dog quietly got up, and even lowered its upper body to crawl out. The zombie dog crawled out, and the giant snake slithered out as well. The woman didn't react for a long time. Until a full 10 seconds later, she didn't hear any movement outside at all. She suddenly realized something and quickly got up from the bed. At this time, her whole body was still tense, but not stiff to the point where she couldn't move. After getting out of the bed, she glanced at the tragic scene at the end of the bed, and then leaned toward the door without a care. She carefully looked out of the living room from the door and saw a strange woman standing in front of the sofa in the living room. The woman was holding a bleeding head in her hand. As if sensing that there was someone at the door, the woman turned her head slightly in that direction. A pair of unusually cold green eyes met the eyes of the woman at the door. The woman leaning against the door frame felt a chill all over her body, and then she forgot how to move. Lin Qiao glanced at the woman at the bedroom door, then turned around and threw Lin Ruifeng's head forward. With a wave of her hand, a black mist gushed out from her hand and covered Lin Ruifeng's head and body. Not long after, Lin Ruifeng's corpse and his head disappeared. For Lin Qiao, these people from the Earth Dragon base were not good people. Moreover, Lin Ruifeng was one of the members who had attacked the Netherworld King's base. That was why Lin Qiao did not hesitate to kill him and his cousin. Lin Qiao suddenly turned around and walked toward the woman's room. The woman was shocked. When Lin Qiao walked towards her, she instinctively started to retreat. Soon, the two women entered the bedroom, one moving forward and the other retreating. The woman retreated to the wall, but she saw that Lin Qiao didn't walk toward her after he came in. Instead, he turned around and walked toward the end of the bed. Ah! Ah Wang, you didn't eat his face, did you? Lin Qiao looked at the end of the bed. Half of Lin Ruihua's head was bitten off. The front half of his face was gone, leaving only the back of his head. A wolf, the zombie dog, poked its head in from the door and barked at her. On top of the zombie dog's head, a snake head poked in and looked at Lin Qiao curiously. Lin Qiao stood at the end of the bed, waved her hand, and another black mist appeared. Then, Lin Ruihua's corpse also disappeared. After withdrawing the black mist, Lin Qiao clapped her hands, turned around, and said to the woman, "Oh, the base may be in chaos these 2 days. You should take the opportunity to run out." After saying that, she walked to the door, and the zombie dog and snake head at the door shrank. Then, Lin Qiao walked out and closed the bedroom door behind him. The woman was stunned for a while before she reacted. She saw Lin Ruihua and Lin Ruifeng die in front of her. Of course, she didn't think that Lin Qiao was fooling her. After Lin Qiao left the room, she put away the zombie dog and the giant snake and went on to the next target. At this time, no one in Ground Dragon knew that one of their deputy leaders had disappeared without a trace. In Long Yubai's room, Lu Zhuofeng was sitting on the sofa with a glass of wine in his hand. There was a bottle of Martell on the table, and the wine in the bottle was already half gone. Wine was now a very luxurious thing in the apocalypse, but there was no man who didn't like it. The stimulation of burning the throat and rushing to the head was very addictive. Especially in this cold weather, it was even more popular. But because of the scarcity, the value of the wine was very high. Long Yubai didn't like to drink, but he liked to collect these luxury goods, which was one of the reasons why Lu Zhuofeng and the others were obsessed with him. Lu Zhuofeng sat on the sofa and drank a mouthful of wine, then suddenly said with a relaxed expression, "Actually, I really want to know, at this zombie antidote conference, will we meet people from the new base in Uptown?" After drinking, he continued to pour more wine into the glass. Long Yubai was wearing fluffy pajamas and fluffy slippers, and his hair was fresh and steamy as he slowly walked over. Just them. They didn't even have a name. How can they go to China? They don't even have a seat to speak in China. Long Yubai said with a face of indifference. He looked at Lu Zhuofeng, suddenly turned to the wine cabinet next to him, opened it, and then took out a bottle of red wine. After taking the red wine, he also took out a red wine glass. That's true. Besides, if they really dare to go, we can make it so that they won't be able to return. Lu Zhuofeng nodded. Let's not talk about this first. Do you know how many drugs China will disclose this time? And how much will the exchange price be? After Long Yubai gave up on finding trouble with Uptown, he could only figure out the situation with the drugs first. This is not known at the moment. Do you have any information from your side? Lu Zhuofeng shook his head and threw the question back to him. Long Yubai was stunned, then shook his head. Not from He Mu's side either. Lu Zhuofeng looked at him and asked. He Mu. He received this information. Long Yubai looked at him blankly, but his heart was slightly shocked. Lu Zhuofeng's thick black eyebrows slightly raised, and said, I thought his information would be faster than us. Chapter 586. Long Yubai frowned and said, even if his intelligence is faster than ours, he didn't tell me. Looking at Long Yubai's expression, Lu Zhuofeng's eyes flickered slightly, then he slightly lowered his head to hide the glint in his eyes. Oh, then we'll go and inquire about that guy tomorrow, he said. Long Yubai looked at him, then raised the red wine glass in his hand to his mouth and gently took a sip. At this time, He Mu was in his own room, pressing down on a woman who was twitching vigorously in his arms. The woman gritted her teeth and endured the sobs, but she didn't let go of him. This woman was much younger than the woman in Lin Ruifeng's room, and not only was she young, but she was actually only a 15 or 16-year-old underage girl. In addition to the one on the bed, there were two naked girls curled up in the corner under the bed, trembling all over. It wasn't known if they were cold or afraid. He Mu buried his head in the neck of the girl under him. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and fiercely bit her. At the same time, the movements of his lower body became more violent. Ah, the girl who had been clenching her teeth finally couldn't help but scream. Her facial features were wrinkled because of the pain. At this time, He Mu raised his head and laughed with a mouth full of blood. Hee, why don't you continue to bear with it? You're already screaming like this, there's more. Woo-woo, the girl's scream immediately turned into a cry. She once again bit her lips to suppress the sound in her throat. Because of her scream, the two girls in the corner also trembled all over, then shrunk into a smaller bowl. Looking at their bodies, they were actually covered with all kinds of scars. There were bites, teeth marks, bruises caused by hand gripping, and scars caused by whips on the skin by unknown objects. Even though their bodies were washed clean, the blood from their wounds didn't stop flowing. There was still a lot of blood seeping out. The three girls were very thin, and being abused like this, it was really a tragic sight, making people feel pity for them. However, He Mu seemed to turn a blind eye to this. Instead, he was even more ruthless towards the girls on top of him. These girls, of course, were not the original residents of the Earth Dragon base. It was the batch of captives that Long Yubai had brought back from the Netherworld King's base. Most of the women had suffered the same fate. If they weren't used to serve foreign guests, they would be sent to their subordinates to bear children for them. Of course, there was no such thing as birth control now. They were eager to have more and more children. Therefore, in the past few months, many women had been captured from the Netherworld King's base. They had been pressed on by men day and night in the base, causing them to become pregnant. Pregnant women would also be immediately detained in isolation. In order to prevent them from killing the child, many people would be sent to keep a close eye on them. And now, He Mu actually managed to obtain 3 young girls to play with. This was also one of his conditions for helping Long Yubai. Knowing how precious a woman was, even if he had violent tendencies, he couldn't bear to kill her. Therefore, in order to share his violent behavior, he had specially asked Long Yubai to send 3 of them over. In the past, after playing for a few hours every day, the 3 girls would be carried out, unconscious. Only then would Himu go to take a comfortable bath, then go to sleep refreshed. But today, he didn't make them faint, nor did he send them out. Instead, after he was done, he hugged the bodies of the girls and fell asleep. Therefore, when Lin Qiao silently snuck in from the balcony, she saw this man lying on the bed, dreaming of life and death. Lin Qiao sniffed the smell in the room and frowned slightly. Then she looked at the 3 weak girls on the bed. Although they hadn't reached the point of dying, the breath of these 3 girls was indeed much weaker than a normal person. If Himu continued to play like this, it was estimated that these 3 girls wouldn't live for more than a few months. Himu was a man in his 50s with a wretched appearance. He wasn't tall, and his body was fat. The top of his head was also bald. Not only were his eyes small, but the corners of his eyes were drooping. Every time Lin Qiao saw him and his temperament, she felt disgusted. Mama. I remember this person. He's bad. He's one of the main culprits who killed Mama. At this moment, Little Man suddenly spoke. Her voice was filled with resentment towards Himu, but she didn't hate him. Yes, I know. Lin Qiao replied in her heart. She touched her lower abdomen. Not only did he kill me, but he also killed Little Man, so I won't let him die so easily. She said to Little Man in her heart. Mama, I want to suck his energy dry. Little Man said angrily. Okay, Mama will help you. Lin Qiao nodded. She walked over and stood by the bed, looking at Himu who was sleeping soundly. Perhaps because Lin Qiao's killing intent suddenly became stronger, Himu woke up slightly at this time. He opened his eyes and looked around the room. The lights in the room were on. He didn't have the habit of turning off the lights when he slept. Every time he slept, he would leave one on. Looking left and right, other than himself and the 3 girls who were sleeping soundly from exhaustion, there was nothing else strange. Although the 3 girls weren't tortured to the point of fainting, they were physically and mentally exhausted. Since they were still by Himu's side and didn't leave, they didn't know if he would suddenly act up. So although the girls didn't faint, they were dead asleep and had nightmares at the same time. Just as Lin Qiao reached out and was about to throw the man into her space to slowly torture him, her hands suddenly paused. Then, she turned to look at the door. The sound of footsteps came from outside, and the footsteps stopped outside the door. Then, there was the sound of someone knocking on the door and a conversation. At this time, Himu also noticed the movement outside the room. He sat up on the bed, flipped over, and put on his clothes. Lin Qiao looked at his fat body swaying in front of her, but her eyes didn't have any reaction, as if she was looking at a pile of dead meat. Soon, there was also a knock on his door. Leader Long is here. After Himu put on his clothes, the girls on his bed also woke up. Each of them lay on the bed uncomfortably and didn't dare to move. Got it. Himu responded, put on his clothes, and walked out. Sure enough, he saw Long Yubai sitting on the sofa in the living room, wearing a pure white windbreaker and a pair of boots of the same color. It's so late, why are you here? Himu looked at the time. It was already past 11 at night. He didn't know what Long Yubai was doing here at this time. Can't I? Or did I disturb you? Long Yubai smiled and pointed at the door that Himu walked out of. No, what's the matter? What is it? Himu shook his head. Chapter 587. Can't I come here for no reason? Long Yubai raised an eyebrow. I thought you would treat Leader Lu well. Moose sat down and raised an eyebrow at him. When he said treat, he obviously meant that. Leader Lu was referring to Lu Zhuofeng. Or should I say, you've already treated him. He thought for a moment. Since Long Yubai came at this time, he must have talked to Lu Zhuofeng already. Yes, he finished my bottle of Martel and is already drunk. I'm already drunk. Long Yubai nodded his head and replied. Fuck. 1 bottle. You're so generous. Why don't you give me a bottle too? When Mu heard that Lu Zhuofeng finished a bottle of Martel, he glared at him and said angrily. Of course, his words were mostly meant to be a joke. You want it? I have another bottle with me. If you want it, I can give it to you. Long Yubai smiled and said. Really? Mu was slightly surprised, and his expression was a little surprised. But then he thought of something. You can't be giving it to me for free, right? Do you have some conditions? What conditions? I just want to talk to you about Lu Zhuofeng's situation. Long Yubai shook his head and said. Lu Zhuofeng. I thought you wanted to talk to me about the antidote. You came so late just to talk about Lu Zhuofeng. Mu was stunned again. Long Yubai's change of topic was too fast, and he could not keep up. The antidote is not the most important thing to us now. The most important thing is that Lu Zhuofeng has broken through to level 8. As you can see, when the 3 of us are discussing things together, his attitude has gradually become more and more unyielding. I believe it won't be long before he starts to suppress us. It's just that it's not obvious yet. Long Yubai said. Wait. Mu suddenly stopped him. Long Yubai stopped talking and looked at him in confusion. Then he stood up and walked back into the house. He shouted to the 3 girls in the house, all of you, get out. Then, he saw 3 skinny young girls, each wrapped in a thin blanket, walk out. Mu gestured to his subordinate who was standing by the door. The subordinate immediately opened the door and led the 3 girls out. Long Yubai was stunned when he saw the 3 girls. Then, he looked at Mu strangely and said, Don't you usually get people to carry them down? Why are you still in the room today? It's cold these few days, keep it to warm the bed. Mu smiled, then returned to his seat. Alright, continue. Long Yubai glanced at the closed door before continuing. Now that the balance between our 3 sides has been broken, what do we do in the future? Does Skyfire Base really want to be outclassed? Hearing this question, Mu's expression darkened. Yes, I didn't expect him to break through level 8 so quickly. I thought he would be stuck at this level until next year. There are only a few days left until next year. Moreover, he said that Wu Qingyue had also broken through, but I didn't quite believe it. It's not that easy to break through level 8. I think he's trying to divert our attention to Oceanic City. That way we'll be less guarded against him. Long Yubai didn't believe Lu Zhuofeng's claim that Wu Qingyue had broken through to level 8. When Mu heard this, he paused, then his heart skipped a beat. So you're saying he's trying to divert our attention to Wu Qingyue, then slowly suppress us from behind the scenes? That way he'll be the leader of the Southwest. Long Yubai nodded. That's right. Hidden Cloud City already has 3 chiefs, and about a dozen 6th-level adepts. They're already stronger than us. If it weren't for our close cooperation, he wouldn't have agreed to help us attack Hades' base. Mu's expression was pensive, and he didn't immediately answer. But Long Yubai wasn't wrong. Hidden Cloud City had more people than Skyfire and Earth Dragon. Naturally, they had more adepts. Just the leader alone was the same as Haiqing, with 3 level 7 arcanists managing it, and 6 deputy leaders, as well as other level 6 arcanists holding other positions. In Hidden Cloud City, not all 6th-level adepts could become deputy chiefs. Skyfire Base, on the other hand, had 2 7th-level adepts and 5 6th-level adepts. As for Earth Dragon, only Long Yubai was a 7th-level adept, and there were only 3 6th-level adepts. Therefore, Hades Base was the weakest in the southwest region. However, their chiefs were strong, and they couldn't be defeated with numbers alone. That's true. Himu nodded after a moment's thought. What the two didn't know was that Hades Base's chiefs were standing between them, listening in with their arms crossed. Lin Qiao wasn't just listening to their conversation, she could also sense what they were thinking. Of course, she already knew this, so there was nothing new. The only thing she was interested in was Lu Shuofeng's breakthrough. Long Yubai was wary of him. He wanted to take advantage of the other, but at the same time he was afraid of being outsmarted. That was why he was trying to incite Himu. So what do you mean? Himu looked at Long Yubai, unsure of what he was up to. I think we should be more careful this time. Otherwise, when the antidote ends up in his hands, we'll only get a small portion of it and the rest will be taken by him. Long Yubai furrowed his brows. The amount of antidote that China released to the public wasn't much. The materials they used were too rare, and the success rate was only 67%. They didn't dare mass-produce it. Himu sighed. Oh. How do you know China isn't keeping some in reserve? Long Yubai asked curiously. At this moment, Himu had no idea that Long Yubai had already set a trap for him. He was using Lu Shuofeng's strength as a bait to separate them from Lu Shuofeng. This way, the relationship between their two families would naturally be pulled closer. Long Yubai wanted to lure Himu to his side, but at the same time, he wanted Himu to divulge the information. And now, he had done it. Because Himu was on guard against Lu Shuofeng, he was less guarded against Long Yubai. Therefore, he unconsciously revealed it. Himu didn't know what Long Yubai was planning, but Lin Qiao, who stood between them, knew exactly what Long Yubai was trying to do. This man was a schemer. Lin Qiao frowned at Long Yubai. She hated him, but she had to admit he was a schemer. Because her Netherworld King's base was the victim of this man's scheming. Chapter 588. Hearing Long Yubai ask if China would keep some in stock, Himu nodded. Of course China will keep some in stock. They're not stupid. Long Yubai asked worriedly, how much can we get when we go back? We don't even know the exact number. We still have to compete with Haiqing, Black Dragon City, Meng Clan, and other big bases. Himu looked at him and said after some thought, as far as I know, China won't release more than 200 vials of 10 grams each. Actually, the number isn't the most important thing. They just want to let every base know that they'll come up with more effective drugs in the future. Long Yubai nodded. I see. As Lin Qiao listened to the conversation between the two of them, he thought about how Long Yubai's cleverness had led him astray. He began to doubt Lu Shuofeng's words and didn't believe that Wu Qingyue had broken through to the 8th level. But it made sense. Wu Qingyue was a lightning ability user. His energy source rejected the energy of ordinary zombie cores, so it was difficult for him to level up. Long Yubai doubted Lu Shuofeng's words and intentions, but he didn't know that he had rejected the truth. But no matter what Long Yubai thought about going to China, he was destined not to go. Lin Qiao thought to himself as he watched Long Yubai leave after the conversation. Watching Long Yubai leave, Himu closed the door, walked to the window, and stared at the intersection below the building. Lin Qiao stood beside him and looked down. Not long after, she saw Long Yubai leave with his subordinates in a car. However, the direction he was heading towards was not his own residence, but the other deputy leader's residence. The car left the route and went to another Earth Dragon base's deputy leader's house. Lin Qiao sniffed in that direction. Although she hadn't smelled the deputy leader's scent, she knew who it was in that direction. Yi Hao was Long Yubai's most powerful deputy leader. His ability was very special. It was a Logia ability. Actually, after seeing Elmar's ability, Lin Qiao felt that Yi Hao's ability wasn't special anymore. They were considered a branch of the Logia system, Zoan. There were many plants in the Logia system, so of course there would be Zoan too. As for Elmar, she was considered an animal. Although he didn't know how she got that ability, however, Yi Hao was much more ferocious than Elmarch. This was because Yi Hao was a wolf-type metahuman. He could transform into a wolf's body and possess the characteristics of a wolf. They were like the Chinese version of werewolves. Moreover, this wolf was obsessed with Long Yubai, and Long Yubai also liked this wolf very much. After Himu watched Long Yubai leave, he began to think about what he had said. He somewhat believed what Long Yubai said about Lu Zhuofeng lying. Everyone had indeed expected Lu Zhuofeng to suddenly break through to level 8, because all the leaders had been stuck at level 7 for a long time. There was bound to be someone who would break through first. Actually, everyone was already mentally prepared. However, Long Yubai said that Lu Zhuofeng had deliberately said that Sea City's Wu Qingyue was also a rank 8 metahuman, which was truly shocking. After all, a level 8 ability user was not so easily defeated. Therefore, Lu Zhuofeng's claim that Wu Qingyue was a level 8 arcanist was indeed unreliable. There's no point in thinking so much. Just as he was thinking about what Long Yubai had said, an unfamiliar female voice suddenly rang out behind him. Who is it? Himu was shocked and turned around. At the same time, he felt his collar being tugged. When he turned back, the scene in front of him had changed into a completely unfamiliar place. Lin Qiao's voice was meant to startle him and make him relax his defenses. By the time he came back to his senses, she had already successfully dragged him into the space. Who are you? When he turned back, what he saw was not the familiar living room, but a field of green grass. What was even more strange was that it was clearly night just a second ago, but now it had turned gray, as if the sky had just brightened. Suddenly finding himself in a different place, even though Himu was a level 7 metahuman, he was still shocked. However, he was still calm. At least when he saw Lin Qiao behind him, he could still calmly ask who she was. I'm the one who killed you. Lin Qiao looked at him indifferently. Kill me? What a joke. When Himu heard her words, he was stunned for a moment before a mocking smile appeared on his face. Do you know who I am? You want to kill me? What ability do you have? Isn't it just a fat pig with a metal attribute? What ability do I need to kill a pig? Lin Qiao sneered. That's right, Himu was a fat man with a body full of fat. Moreover, he was a perverted fatty with a body full of 250 kilograms of fat. Moreover, he wasn't tall either. Comparing him to a pig was not a lie. Himu hated it when people called him fat. At this moment, when Lin Qiao brazenly called him a fat pig, he immediately exploded. His body flashed with a metallic light. In the blink of an eye, the white and tender fat pig had turned into a steel pig. TSK, do you think that you're not afraid of boiling water just because you've turned into a steel pig? Ah pooey, there's no boiling water here. But there's fire. Let's see if the metal on your body can be burned by fire. Lin Qiao said to Himu with a smile. You! Shut up. When Himu was called a steel pig, he became even more furious. He pointed at Lin Qiao and scolded her. At the same time, he turned around and stretched out his hand towards the small building behind Lin Qiao. His goal was to extract all the metal in the building and use it as his own weapon. However, when he stretched out his hand, he found that the building did not have any reaction. Himu's expression changed. He frowned and increased the strength of his hand in the direction of the building. In the end, it still did not move. Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to extract the metal in the building. Lin Qiao spoke calmly. At the same time, a black flame leaped out from her hand. When He Mu heard this, he was stunned. He suddenly turned his head and was shocked when he saw the flame in Lin Qiao's hand. You! Who are you? This kind of flame was too familiar, but it shouldn't have appeared on this strange woman. This time, Lin Qiao did not retort. She waved the black flame in her hand at He Mu. Then, the flame in her hand suddenly disappeared. When He Mu saw her action, he immediately revealed a terrified expression. He instinctively turned around and wanted to run. However, the moment he turned around, his body suddenly ignited with a boom. A fierce black flame suddenly ignited. Ah! He Mu, who was suddenly engulfed by the black flame, let out a shrill scream. Then, his entire body fell down like a fireball. Chapter 589. The black flames wrapped around He Mu's fab body in a domineering manner. Even though his entire body was covered in metal, the metal's skin was quickly corroded by Lin Qiao's flames, revealing a layer of blood-red flesh. With that, He Mu was taken care of without any suspense. Because he was now in Lin Qiao's space, his energy was suppressed, but Lin Qiao's ability was doubled. He Mu screamed as he rolled on the ground. The black flames instantly burned the grass on the ground, leaving holes in it. He Mu only rolled a few times before his voice weakened. Then, his body stopped rolling. After stopping, he twitched a few times, and then stopped moving just like that. After a few minutes, the flame on He Mu's position gradually became smaller. In the end, it slowly turned into a black flame pattern and flew towards Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao retracted his hand and put away the inky black flames before walking over to He Mu's position. There was only a single level 7 energy crystal core left. It was not that He Mu was weak, he was after all a rank 7 metahuman. However, Lin Qiao's current strength had risen by several levels compared to when he had dealt with Tang He previously. After she recovered her memories, she had complete control over the rules of this space. Therefore, he did not need to spend too much time suppressing his opponent's strength. He only needed to focus and strengthen his mental strength, and he would be able to completely suppress his opponent within a few minutes. Therefore, He Mu wanted to tear down the small building and take out the steel bars or other metal objects inside, but it was already too late. Moreover, he could only see this building and nothing else. In addition, before Lin Qiao's fire ability was withdrawn, the underworld flame was in existence that the leaders of the Southwest feared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ganged up on her, causing her to self-destruct her crystal core. However, when Lin Qiao used the zombie's body to ignite the fire seed, the power of her hellfire ability rose to another level. That was why it was so easy for him to take care of He Mu, who was a level 7 metal elemental. Of course, if it was someone else, they might not be able to do it so easily. First of all, the conditions were different. If the suppression of space, the power of special abilities, and so on were different, it would be very difficult to achieve. Lin Qiao looked at the black flame in his palm with some surprise. Then, he gently clenched his fist. She didn't expect He Mu to be so weak. Mama, you've become stronger. At this time, young man opened her mouth again and answered Lin Qiao's question. Mommy, hurry, little man wants that energy core. She then urged Lin Qiao to quickly pick up the energy crystal core. Lin Qiao was stunned. Is that so? As she spoke, she walked toward the metal-type energy core. Lin Qiao bent down to pick up the energy core. He was at a loss. She didn't expect He Mu to die in her hands so quickly. She was even prepared to slowly torture him to death, just like how she tortured Tang He to death. In the end, in less than a few minutes, he was already dead. It was a little too fast. Lin Qiao, who was already on guard, could not get used to it. However, the truth was already in front of him, and Lin Qiao reacted quickly. She took the crystal and said to Little Man, "Don't worry, wait for me to deal with the things here first, then I'll absorb it." "You just absorbed so much last time, why do you need it again so quickly?" "It's not enough, Little Man needs a lot more." Little Man said with some melancholy. "Don't worry, other than this level 7 one, I still have a level 6 one. After a while, I'll let you eat your fill, how about that?" Lin Qiao lowered her head and smiled. "Oh woo," at this moment, a young tiger's cry suddenly came from the side. Lin Qiao turned her head and saw Lu Tianyi looking at her with a strange expression. It turned out that he suddenly sensed Lin Qiao's movements in the small building. But because of Lin Qiao's rage, he didn't dare to run around, so he secretly watched the battle for a while. He didn't expect to watch Lin Qiao burn a fatty to death. Moreover, the opponent was a metal-type psychic, and his level didn't seem low. So after Lin Qiao killed her opponent, Lu Tianyi moved out and approached her. In the end, he heard this guy standing there talking to himself. Seeing Lu Tianyi's strange expression, Lin Qiao put away the energy crystal core. She said, "You stay here, I'm not done yet." After saying that, she turned around and disappeared. For Lu Tianyi's doubts, Lin Qiao certainly wouldn't tell him that when she was talking to herself, she was actually talking to Little Man. Otherwise, if this kid knew that she was now a pregnant zombie, who knows what he would do. He Mu and Lin Ruifeng's energy crystal cores were put away by Lin Qiao. As for Lin Ruihua, who was only level 5, when his face was bitten off by the zombie dog, his energy crystal core was also gone. In addition to the 5 level 6 zombie cores that Wu Qingyue gave her, after using 4, there was still 1 left. Then there was Elmar and the zombie squad that brought back more or less level 4 and 5 zombie cores. She still had a lot of energy crystal cores in her hands. After Lin Qiao left the space, she appeared in He Mu's room. Then she turned around and walked out of the balcony, then flipped up and disappeared into the darkness. On the other side, in a bedroom, Lu Zhuofeng was sleeping on the bed with his limbs spread out. He was only wearing pajamas. At this time, he turned over in a daze and patted the other side of the bed with his arm. After a few seconds, he moved that arm and then searched on the bed where he was alone. "Ha! Xiao Bai." After searching for a while, Lu Zhuofeng frowned and opened his eyes, looking left and right. But he didn't see anything, then he continued to look at the other corners of the room. There was nothing on the bed, or in the room. Where did he go? Long Yubai thought that he was drunk, but in fact, he wasn't that drunk. Even if he was a little drunk before, he was almost sober now. Lu Zhuofeng didn't find the person next to him, so he loosened his eyebrows and sat up on the bed. Getting out of the bed, he walked to the window and looked outside, then he turned to the door and opened it. There was still no sign of Long Yubai in the living room. Looking at the time, it was 1:00 in the morning. If Long Yubai wasn't here, then where did he go? Lu Zhuofeng searched inside and outside the room, confirming that Long Yubai was no longer here. After thinking for a while, Lu Zhuofeng returned to the bedroom and continued to sleep. Obviously, he didn't have much of a reaction to Long Yubai leaving while he was asleep, as if it didn't affect him at all. After Lu Zhuofeng fell down, he quickly fell asleep. Chapter 590. In another district, in the living room of an apartment, only Long Yubai and another man were there. Long Yubai was wearing a bathrobe as he sat on the sofa, stepping on the legs of the man who was kneeling in front of him. The man in front of him wasn't skinny and looked very strong. He was kneeling by Long Yubai's leg and was rubbing his hand obsessively on Long Yubai's bare calf. "Did he believe what you said?" the man asked as he stroked Long Yubai's leg in fascination. His voice was strangely hoarse and deep. "I think he believes it's 70%, and I'm not wrong. It's good for everyone to believe it, so why wouldn't he believe it?" Long Yubai leaned back on the sofa and crossed his arms in front of his chest. At this moment, the man by his leg stood up and sat beside him. Then, he sniffed Long Yubai's neck before moving back a little. "I feel that Lin Shuifeng's actions aren't right. Are you just going to let it go?" the man asked. Long Yubai was slightly taken aback as he turned to look at him. "Lin Ruifeng? What's wrong with him? I feel that there's something wrong with his gaze recently. You should pay attention to it," the man said faintly. "Pay attention to what? What does he want to do?" Long Yubai narrowed his eyes and looked at the man. "I feel that you have a lot of opinions about him. Are you jealous of him?" The man glanced at him, then turned his head to look outside. Then, he turned back and said, "It's getting late. Go in and sleep." "Oh," Long Yubai replied, then stood up from the sofa and turned to walk into the man's bedroom. The man walked to the balcony and looked around. When he was about to close the balcony door, his hands suddenly paused as he looked around with a puzzled expression. After looking around and making sure that there was nothing out of the ordinary, the man closed the door. Then, he turned off the lights in the living room and walked into the room that Long Yubai had just entered. The two of them didn't do anything in there. They were just sleeping. And, there were two beds. Lin Qiao leaned against the window and looked at the layout of Yi Hao's bedroom in surprise. Based on how close she was with the two of them, she thought they would sleep in the same bed. Seeing the two of them lying on the bed, Lin Qiao felt a little uncomfortable with the distance between them. But no matter how they behaved, she wasn't going to let them go. This Yi Hao was Long Yubai's #1 fighter. He had always been the person Long Yubai trusted the most. Of course, the sins he had committed were no less than those of Lin Ruifeng, so Lin Qiao was prepared to deal with him. However, with the two of them here, it didn't seem possible to get rid of them quietly. In that case, he could only deal with one first. As Lin Qiao thought about it, he dodged and climbed back to the balcony along the wall. She didn't do anything. She just directly appeared on the balcony. She raised her palm and let the black flame dance on it. The moment she appeared, Yi Hao, who had just laid down and closed his eyes, suddenly opened them. Then he quickly sat up from the bed and turned his head to look at the door. "What's wrong?" Long Yubai, who was on the opposite bed, saw his actions and asked with some confusion. "Nothing, go back to sleep." Yi Hao stood up and waved his hand at him. Then he turned and walked to the door, opened it, and walked out. After walking out of the bedroom, Yi Hao stared at the balcony with sharp eyes. But he didn't see anything. Soon, he realized that the balcony door was open. Yi Hao's eyes darkened. He stopped in his tracks and stared closely at the glass door. The door was open, but the lock was missing a piece, as if it had been cut off. Yi Hao immediately clenched his hands into claws. His back arched, and the facial features on his face became ferocious. He pursed his lips, revealing 4 sharp fangs in his mouth. "Who is it? Come out." Yi Hao's eyes swept around every corner of the living room, and he shouted in a low voice. As soon as Long Yubai heard his voice, he immediately got up from the bed, put on his shoes, and walked to the door. He gently opened the door. Seeing Yi Hao's appearance, he knew that he had entered a vigilant mode. Long Yubai didn't say anything. He walked out silently. Someone came in. Yi Hao's expression didn't change, but he said in a low voice. "Who?" Long Yubai's expression changed slightly, and he moved closer to Yi Hao. I don't know. I can't sense the other party's presence. At this moment, the hair on the back of Yi Hao's head stood up slightly. His pupils contracted as he looked around. He subconsciously shielded Long Yubai behind him. If it wasn't for the glass door that was opened, he really wouldn't have sensed someone come in. Long Yubai stood behind him. Although he wasn't worried about his own safety because Yi Hao was here, he still looked around cautiously. However, he still looked around cautiously. Just like what Yi Hao said, he didn't feel anything. Is the other party still here? Long Yubai asked him softly. Look at the balcony door. Yi Hao didn't say much. He just reminded him. Only then did Long Yubai see that the glass door of the balcony was missing a piece. This is... Seeing that missing piece, Long Yubai's body stiffened. That mark was too familiar to him. The missing piece wasn't smashed, nor was it cut by a sharp object. It looked like it had been corroded. Or rather, melted. Did you see it too? That really looks like it. Yi Hao said with a serious expression. He also noticed that gap just now. What? Are you too afraid? At this moment, an unfamiliar woman's voice suddenly sounded. The two of them looked in the direction of the voice at the same time. Because the lights in the room weren't turned on, it didn't affect the vision of the two high-level ability users. They saw an unfamiliar woman sitting on a single sofa in the corner, crossing her legs and looking in their direction. Who are you? Long Yubai suddenly reached out and turned on the living room light. The room was bright. It turned out that he was standing on the switch of the side hole. After the light came on, he immediately stared at the woman and shouted. At the same time, the water pipes in the kitchen and bathroom suddenly burst. The water that flowed out didn't scatter, but instead gathered together. Roar! At this moment, Yi Hao also lowered his body and let out a deep roar like that of a beast. Sharp claws grew from the fingernails on both his hands, and his body had already begun to change shape. The hair on the back of his head grew longer and quickly extended to the back of his neck. It looked like he was in the midst of transforming and had already entered attack mode. You want to know who I am? Then look, what's this? Lin Qiao sat on the sofa and smiled faintly at the two of them who were on high alert. Following that, Yi Hao and Long Yubai's gazes were immediately attracted by the flickering black flame on her fingertip. Chapter 591. Long Yubai and Yi Hao's hearts trembled at the sight of the black flames. Instinctively, they thought of a certain woman, but when they saw the unfamiliar face in front of them, the two of them were at a loss again. Who the hell are you? Don't think you're Pluto's hellfire just because you have a black flame. Long Yubai's expression was cold as he spoke to Lin Qiao. When they saw the black flames, they both thought of the self-destructing woman. However, the face of the woman in front of him was completely different from that woman, so Long Yubai immediately erased that possible thought. After all, they'd seen that woman self-destruct. So when he saw this woman, he almost thought that she hadn't died. However, he quickly realized that it was impossible. Lin Qiao stood up. She ignored the two and calmly walked to the balcony door. Leaning against the open door, she peered out. You haven't changed much. The resources and weapons that we took from the Netherworld King. Why? Did you distribute them to Hidden Cloud City in Skyfire Base? As she spoke, she turned to look at Long Yubai and Yi Hao. You talk too much. Long Yubai didn't answer her question. Instead, he made his move. As he shouted, he waved his hand at the water that had gathered at the kitchen and bathroom doors. Then he waved his hand in Lin Qiao's direction. The water there instantly turned into water arrows, shooting towards Lin Qiao. Pft, pft, pft. The water arrows came fast, reaching Lin Qiao in the blink of an eye. The surrounding glass and walls were pierced with countless small holes by the water arrows. However, the woman's figure suddenly disappeared. She's gone. Yi Hao's eyes narrowed, his brows furrowed. Suddenly, Yi Hao's face changed. He whipped his head around. Watch out! His reflexes were lightning fast. He pushed Long Yubai behind him, then moved to the spot where Long Yubai had been. Soon, however, he regretted it. Pft, pft. A handful of black flames landed on his body. Like gasoline, he burst into flames. Roar, oh woo! Yi Hao let out a blood-curdling scream as he was engulfed by the black flames. However, his scream wasn't like a normal person's. Instead, it was like a wolf's howl. Yi Hao! Long Yubai was shocked and stopped attacking Lin Qiao. Instead, he waved his hand and threw the water in his hand at Yi Hao. After Yi Hao howled, he rolled on the ground and began to struggle. However, because of his rolling left and right, the flames on his body quickly burned the other furniture in the house and disappeared in the flames at an extremely fast speed. Within a few seconds, the room was filled with black flames. Yi Hao was still in pain. He rolled on the ground instinctively, but even though Long Yubai splashed water on him, it had no effect on the black flames. What happened over there? What happened? What happened? Yi Hao's blood-curdling screams immediately caused a ruckus among the residents of this building. The lights in the building lit up one after another, and then everyone went to the balcony to check the source of the scream. That seems like it. It's Deputy Leader Ye's voice. Soon, someone finally discovered that the source of the sound was coming from Yi Hao's room. However, by then, Yi Hao's voice had already weakened. Long Yubai was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He watched as Yi Hao's figure slowly stopped struggling and stared blankly at Lin Qiao. That's impossible. That's impossible. Who are you? You're not her. Yi Hao. Yi Hao. Long Yubai stared at Lin Qiao and suddenly muttered incoherently. With a wave of Lin Qiao's hand, the ball of black flame that enveloped Yi Hao suddenly disappeared. There was nothing left except for an energy crystal core lying there quietly. She hooked her hand and a wisp of black gas carried the crystal core and flew into her palm. You! Long Yubai watched helplessly as Yi Hao disappeared in front of him. For a long time, he couldn't react. What? Are you doubting this fire? That's true. It's because I changed my face. Would you believe me if I told you that I had plastic surgery? Hee. Do you think I'll die so easily? You're too naive, Long Yubai. Lin Qiao said to him calmly. Her words immediately brought Long Yubai back to his senses. His eyes widened and he looked at Lin Qiao in disbelief and panic. It's really you. You're not dead. Didn't I tell you before I self-destructed? I won't die so easily. Lin Qiao smiled faintly and looked into his eyes. That's impossible. No one can live after self-destructing. Impossible. Impossible. However, Long Yubai refused to believe what she said, but subconsciously, he already believed it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a panic and even his guard would be broken. Then, he actually lowered his head slightly, and his eyes were no longer focused. At this moment, Lin Qiao's body flashed and disappeared. You lied to me. You're not her. Pfft. Long Yubai suddenly raised his head and wanted to shout at Lin Qiao, but when he looked up, he found that there was no one there. Then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he couldn't breathe. Ugh, cough cough. Long Yubai's eyes widened as he looked at the bloody hand that pierced through his chest. Before his mind could process what was going on, his body had already reacted. Pfft! Lin Qiao retracted her hand and held a shattered heart in her hand. She looked at Long Yubai, who was slowly collapsing on the ground, and smelled the scent of blood in the room. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Deputy Leader Yi. Can we come in? Because every time Long Yubai came here, he wouldn't allow his followers to follow him in. Because Yi Hao was the most powerful bodyguard, he didn't need anyone else's protection. It only took a few minutes for Long Yubai, Lin Qiao, and the other two to make a move. Coincidentally, the people guarding the door had left for a while, so the people outside didn't notice the commotion in the room in time. When they came back, they heard something in the room, but because they didn't hear the summons from inside, the people at the door didn't dare to go in. But when they heard Yi Hao scream, the people outside couldn't stay calm anymore. Lin Qiao threw the heart in her hand to the ground, then bent down and grabbed Long Yubai's corpse with her bloody claw. Then, she disappeared on the spot. The people outside banged on the door for a long time but didn't get a response from inside, so they immediately knocked on the door and came in. But when they saw the situation inside, they were shocked. There was no corpse, but the furniture was half gone, the floor was covered in blood, and the living room was in a mess. Chapter 592. Lu Tianyi, who was squatting in the nursery, suddenly felt Lin Qiao's breath. He looked back and was shocked by the bloody corpse she was carrying in her hand. Damn! Where did the corpse come from? Could it be that Lu Tianyi killed him? Just as he was thinking about this, Lin Qiao had already answered him, "Oh, I killed him. Do you know who he is?" She threw the corpse in her hand to the ground and then went to the bucket next to her to get some water to wash her hands. After washing the blood off her hand, she turned back and stared at the intelligent zombie. "Stop. I didn't bring it in for you to eat, don't touch it." Seeing the intelligent zombie drooling over the corpse, Lin Qiao stared at him and scolded. "Why did you bring this corpse in? Who is this?" Lu Tianyi came back to his senses and looked at her in confusion. Lin Qiao glanced at him and said, "This is the leader of the Earth Dragon base. I'm going to hang the corpse in front of their government building." Lu Tianyi's eyes widened and he couldn't believe what he had heard. Leader. It turned out to be the leader of a base. Wasn't this a level 7 psychic? He was killed by her just like that. How did she do it? Lin Qiao glanced at him and knew that this kid was underestimating her, so she said with a faint smile, "I'll take you out to watch the show at dawn." Now that the situation of Yi Hao's family had been discovered, the city guards would definitely look for people everywhere. As a result, they would find that not only Yi Hao and Long Yubai were missing, but even He Mu and Lin Ruifeng were missing. However, the time of this discovery would probably have to wait until morning. Lu Tianyi looked at her in disbelief. He knew that her destination was to go to the Earth Dragon base, but he didn't know that this guy was going to kill their leader. And she killed it so quickly. It was as if she had killed a rabbit or something, so easy to kill. He still didn't know that the fat man that Lin Qiao had just killed in this space was also a leader. At dawn, a large number of troops in the Earth Dragon base were searching everywhere nervously. In the conference hall of the government building, all the cadres, the last deputy leader, and the leader of Hidden Cloud City, Lu Zhuofeng, were sitting inside. From the situation of Yi Hao's family, they must have been attacked. However, we don't know if they are alive or dead. No one knows if they are dead or alive. Lu Zhuofeng sat in front of the conference table with his elbows on the table and his fingers supporting his chin. Who are they? Unexpectedly, he came and went without making any noise, and he even dared to attack Yi Hao. Yi Hao's perception was several times stronger than an average metahuman's. I heard that the scream from last night was his voice. I reckoned that he had met with misfortune. They've been missing for so long. The only rank 6 arcanist in the conference hall, who was also the last deputy leader, said. This person was called Jian Xingtong. He was 30 years old and looked average. He wasn't handsome, but he wasn't ugly either. He was just a very ordinary type, the kind that would disappear in a crowd. He was a level 6 fire ability user, and he was already at the max level, about to enter the level 7 stage. At this time, there was no movement at all from his mouth. Lin Qiao was standing in the corner of the room, listening to their conversation. She deliberately kept Jian Xingtong alive because the situation in Earth Dragon City was a little strange. Jian Xingtong wasn't an ambitious person. On the contrary, he was a person who liked peace. He was opposed to Long Yubai's attack on the Netherworld King's base. He knew that there would be many humans who would suffer. The Netherworld King's base was also a survivor's base, and it was also the only remaining human life. If Long Yubai attacked the enemy's base like this, the survivors would only suffer or die in the flames of war. There weren't many humans in the first place, and they should help each other to survive. It wasn't right to trigger a war between humans. However, what was the use of opposing it? He couldn't stop Long Yubai's ambition. He couldn't stop him from coveting the Netherworld King's base's resources and weapons. Because of this, he talked to Long Yubai many times. In the end, Long Yubai refused to let him enter the government building. He wouldn't let him near him. If it weren't for the fact that Jian Xingtong was loved and respected by many in the base, Long Yubai would have gotten rid of him a long time ago. So when Long Yubai took Lin Ruifeng and Yi Hao, along with the people from Hidden Cloud City and Starfire Base to attack the Netherworld King's base, Jian Xingtong quietly stayed in Earth Dragon City. As an enemy, Lin Qiao naturally knew about his situation. That was why Lin Qiao didn't want to touch him. Instead, she wanted to kill Lin Ruifeng and Yi Hao. Report. Deputy Chief. Deputy Chief Lin and Chief He from Starfire Base aren't at their place. I can't find them anywhere. It's like they're missing. The soldier who'd been sent to inform Lin Ruifeng and He Mu came back to report. What? No one. Didn't you find out where they went? Jian Xingtong looked at the soldier in surprise. I did. Everyone around said they didn't see them come out of their rooms, the soldier replied. Is there anything out of the ordinary in their rooms? Jian Xingtong asked, standing up. Our chief went over to Chief He's place last night, but left not long after. Since then, we haven't seen Chief He come out. There's nothing out of the ordinary in the room. Deputy Chief Lin, however, found his brother's body in the bedroom, the soldier reported. What? Body? Lin Rui was. Jian Xingtong was shocked by the news. He knew Lin Ruifeng and his cousin lived together. The brother the soldier was referring to was Lin Ruifeng's cousin. Yes, Lin Ruihua's body is in the bedroom. We've already asked someone to do an autopsy. The results aren't out yet, but the situation in the room is terrible. There's also something strange in the living room, the soldier continued. What strange thing? Jian Xingtong was starting to lose his cool. Yi Hao and Long Yubai's disappearance wasn't looking too good, and now He Mu had disappeared for no reason. Now there was a murder in Lin Ruifeng's house, and he himself had disappeared. So many important people had suddenly disappeared in one night, and the consequences were already very serious. Even though Jian Xingtong's personality was more gentle, he felt a little panicked. There's a place in the living room. It's black, as if it's been burned, but the fire isn't big. It feels very strange, the soldier replied with a frown. What do you mean? What's strange? Jian Xingtong asked in confusion. Chapter 593. This. The soldier didn't know how to describe the marks. It was said to have been burned, but it didn't look like it was burned by fire. If it wasn't fire, then what was it? Alright, why don't we go over and take a look? At this time, Lu Zhuofeng also stood up from his seat and said to Jian Xingtong. That's right. Let's go. Jian Xingtong was stunned for a moment, then immediately agreed. He turned around and walked out the door. Lu Zhuofeng also followed him out, but the others stayed here and didn't leave. However, just as they walked downstairs and came out of the building, look over there. Suddenly, a woman screamed in horror among the people passing by outside. Everyone looked at the woman, only to see her looking at the government building's floor in horror. Everyone followed her line of sight and turned their heads, only to see a person dripping with blood hanging in the middle of the 4th and 5th floors. That is. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared blankly at the figure above. Hurry, get him down. Jian Xingtong and Lu Zhuofeng, who originally wanted to go to Lin Ruifeng's house, couldn't care less about the situation now. Because if they were not mistaken, the person who was hanging upstairs, dead or alive, was Long Yubai. After the bloody person was put down, everyone's face was full of disbelief. Because they weren't mistaken, it was really the leader here, Long Yubai. Long Yubai still had a look of disbelief on his face, but his body had already turned cold. A large amount of blood had also coagulated on his chest, where there was a bloody hole. There was also a bloody hole on the top of his head. Obviously, the level 7 energy crystal inside had been dug out. What the hell is going on? Jian Xingtong was a little flustered by such a big change, but he still forced himself to calm down. Because after seeing Long Yubai's corpse, he already had a premonition that the other missing people's situation wasn't very good. If those people had also become a few corpses in the end, then this Earth Dragon base would now have no leader and no 2 deputy leaders. It would definitely be chaos. Not good. Deputy leader, the captives from Netherworld King's base have all been released. At this time, someone suddenly rushed over to report to Jian Xingtong. What? How did it get released? Jian Xingyi was shocked. Although those captives were ordinary people, they had been locked up for so many months. The hatred in their hearts must have accumulated to the extent of madness. Now that they were released, they would definitely become madmen and attack the people of Ground Dragon in the base. Reporting, Deputy Leader. The gate was completely destroyed. Now the zombies outside were rushing in through the gates. The guards at the entrance could not stop the zombies. There are too many of them. Suddenly, someone rushed over to report the situation of the base's gate. Hurry. Gather everyone. Summon all the arcanists there. Order the army to move out and control the situation at the gate first. Jian Xingtong quickly ordered the people around him to quickly gather people. I'll go take a look at the gate first. At this time, Lu Zhuofeng, who had been silent at the side, said. Then, he disappeared in a flash. Jian Xingtong already had an ominous premonition. Their leader was dead, and even 2 deputy leaders were missing. Without the suppression of the level 7, they had lost 2 level 6 deputy leaders. However, there were still other level 6 metahumans in this base. Obviously, this base was going to be chaotic. At this time, large and small gunshots and explosions gradually came from the distance, and it came from the area where the captives were being held. There were already troops there to suppress the escaping captives. Roar, just here, on the top of the government building where Jian Xingtong was, there suddenly came a burst of zombie roars. The people below looked up and suddenly saw figures jumping down from the top of the building. Roar, roar, these figures directly rushed down from the dozens of floors of the building, and instantly pounced on the people on the ground who had not yet reacted. But these people who were pounced on did not have a good ending, because the figures that pounced on them were not people, but zombies. Poof, roar, ah, these people who were pounced on all screamed because their bodies had been pierced by the zombies' claws, or their heads had been bitten to pieces. Bang, 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 the soldiers and other paranormals around finally reacted and began to attack the zombies that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. But when these zombies jumped down and pounced on the people, they immediately dodged. They quickly dodged, leaving a ground full of corpses and blood. It's a high-level zombie. Quickly chase. Jian Xingtong could not stay still at this time, and chased in the direction where a zombie escaped. At this time, the ordinary people were panicking and looking for a place to hide, and the officers with metahumans began to chase the high-level zombies. No one noticed that the corpses that were left behind were slowly getting up in a twisted posture. They slowly moved towards the surrounding panicking people. Lin Qiao stood on the top of the building and watched all of this. That's right, these high-level zombies were released from the space. Lu Tianyi stood behind her, looking down at the base that was in a mess. He turned his head to look at Lin Qiao in surprise, but he did not know what her motive was. Lin Qiao looked back at him and said, "I will not destroy their base. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of survivors and ordinary people here. But I will not let those who should be killed go, this is what they deserve." Lu Tianyi looked at the cold killing intent in Lin Qiao's eyes when she said these words, but he did not know who she was targeting. The people who should be killed were Long Yubai, Yi Hao, Lin Ruifeng, and the others. The leader and vice leader were killed by her so easily. But why was this so? These people didn't seem to have offended Lu Tianyi before. Lu Tianyi looked at her inexplicably. But he quickly thought of the group of people in the upper city, the survivors of Hades' base. If it was about revenge, it would definitely be to help them. But what was her relationship with them? Why would she do this for them? Building a base, organizing a zombie defense line to protect them, and now she was helping them to deal with the people of Earth Dragon Base. What was the purpose of this? Many inexplicable questions lingered in Lu Tianyi's mind. He looked at Lin Qiao, obviously wanting her to give him an answer. "Didn't I say that it's not time for you to know? Even if I tell you, you won't understand." Lin Qiao smiled at him. Of course, she had always known this kid's doubts, but she couldn't tell him now that she was no longer his annoying sister. Chapter 594. Chaotic screams, gunshots, and explosions gradually sounded around, and the whole base suddenly fell into chaos. Lin Qiao and Lu Tianyi stood on the roof of the government building of the Earth Dragon Base and watched the chaos around them. The zombies she released were level 3 or 4, and ordinary bullets couldn't kill them at all. Moreover, these zombies received Lin Qiao's order not to stay in one place for too long. It meant that they would appear for a while, scare people, and then slip away. But once these zombies appeared, they would definitely attack people and cause casualties. But soon after they retreated, the panic they caused continued to spread. Lin Qiao melted all the metal door panels on the gate, so the 4 gates were empty, and there was nothing to stop them. The zombies outside were all summoned by Lin Qiao overnight from afar, and the number was also very terrifying. Jian Xingtong quickly organized the paranormals and the army in the base to block the entrance of the zombies, and sent people to the base to search for the zombies released by Lin Qiao. On the other side, they also sent people to deal with the crazy captives who ran out. "Let's go, you've seen enough. Hide for a while, I still have something to do." Lin Qiao sniffed and then took Lu Tianyi into the space. Then she disappeared in a flash and jumped down from the building. Following the location of the captives, it didn't take long for them to arrive near a warehouse in the outer area. This was a large warehouse, originally used to hold the ordinary people sent from Pluto's base, most of whom were women. There were people as old as 40 and as young as 10. There were also some young men with delicate looks. But at this time, these people were holding guns and other weapons in their hands, scattered and hiding around the warehouse. Outside the warehouse, there was a fully armed army of the Earth Dragon base, holding guns and attacking the people in the warehouse. The difference in firepower and force between the two sides was too big, and the captives suffered heavy casualties. But there were still many people who stubbornly held on, and everyone looked like they wanted to die together with the other side. Yes, they wanted to die together with the people of the Earth Dragon base, because they knew that there was not much hope to escape from the base. But they had enough of being used as slaves and breeding tools for the past few months. After Lin Qiao arrived at the roof of the warehouse, she suddenly blew a loud whistle in the direction of the Earth Dragon base. What's that sound? Hearing the inexplicable whistle, the people on both sides were puzzled. It looks like a whistle. Who would whistle here? Yes, I heard it too. It really is a whistle. Inexplicably hearing the whistle, everyone was at a loss. But soon, they found out what the whistle had attracted. Level 3 or 4 zombies suddenly appeared one after another, and then began to attack the soldiers of the Earth Dragon base. It's a high-level zombie. Quick, quick! Pay attention. Seeing these zombies, the captains of the Earth Dragon base's army immediately shouted, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Of course, level 4 zombies wouldn't stay too long because they had abilities. Therefore, the zombies that caught them were all level 3 zombies. They were quick and agile, retreating after a single strike. The Earth Dragon base's bullets didn't even reach the position of these zombies, and the zombies had already successfully retreated. Moreover, it wasn't just one or two of them, but dozens of them scattered and attacked the soldiers of the Earth Dragon base. What's going on? They seem to have been attacked. Are they high-level zombies? The captives on the side of the warehouse were also puzzled as they observed the situation outside. After discovering this, they were very surprised. It seems like it. After observing for a while, someone replied with uncertainty. Because they didn't have binoculars in their hands, they actually couldn't see the situation clearly. But listening to the messy gunshots outside and the zombies' roars, they could roughly guess. Don't be idle. While the enemy's firepower is shifting, let's rush out first. Someone immediately shouted. Yes. It's now, quick. Everyone seized this opportunity. While covering the evacuation of the warehouse with firepower, they carefully observed the enemy's situation. When Lin Qiao was looking at the situation below, her expression suddenly changed. She turned around and then dodged to the side. A sharp wind blade fell from the sky, puff puff puff, and penetrated the place where she was just standing. Because the warehouse was covered with iron sheets, those wind blades easily penetrated it. I was wondering why there was so much trouble suddenly. Someone must be playing tricks. At this time, Lu Zhuofeng appeared on the roof of a tall building, looking down at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao didn't say anything, she just coldly looked up at him. At this time, Lu Zhuofeng looked left and right, his eyes flashing with confusion. He turned his head to stare at Lin Qiao and said, "You must have quite a number of accomplices, right? To be able to kill Long Yubai, then the deputy leaders Lin Ruifeng and Yi Hao must be dead as well. I wonder where you guys led He Mu to." Lin Qiao coldly smiled and said, "Why don't you guess?" Lu Zhuofeng said indifferently, "He Mu's strength isn't like Long Yubai's water element weakling, he's a metal element. If you want to kill him silently, even a level 8 ability user would need to put up a fight. It's impossible that he didn't leave any traces. Unless you use something to lure him away, maybe to lure him out of the base. Am I right?" Lin Qiao nodded. Yes, he's a level 7 metal element user. It won't be that easy to kill him. She didn't refute Lu Zhuofeng's words, because he wasn't wrong. Although He Mu was a fatty, he was a metal-type metahuman. Moreover, he was a level 7, it wouldn't be that easy to kill him. If it was someone else, He Mu would definitely be able to detect them before they even made a move. But that was only limited to other people. Lin Qiao was a dual-element zombie with space and fire poison, that was considered a special case. So in special cases, of course, they couldn't split them up according to common sense. Lu Zhuofeng wasn't wrong, it was just that he hadn't guessed Lin Qiao's identity and strength yet. But this made him suspect that she had an accomplice or something. Then let him guess. In any case, it would only be beneficial to her. It won't be easy to kill He Mu, but it won't be difficult for me to kill you. At this time, Lu Zhuofeng suddenly waved his hand in Lin Qiao's direction. Immediately, a hurricane came out of nowhere and blew towards Lin Qiao. Of course, the hurricane wasn't just wind, there were also countless wind blades. Lin Qiao immediately ran back, and when the wind blades were in front of him, he quickly somersaulted down from the roof. Whoosh, puff puff puff, the hurricane whistled down, and countless wind blades cut off half of the iron roof. Chapter 595. N. Lu Zhuofeng saw that the other party had dodged his attack and immediately flew down. However, he realized that he had lost track of the other party. She dodged so quickly. He stood on the roof of the broken warehouse and looked at the place where Lin Qiao had just jumped down. Then, he looked around. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Lu Zhuofeng's body flashed as he quickly left the spot and appeared in midair. He turned around and looked at the place where he had been just now. He didn't know when Lin Qiao had appeared there. At this moment, she was holding her palm and smiling at him strangely. Seeing the black flame in her palm, Lu Zhuofeng's whole body froze. This is... Lin Qiao smiled at him and said, "Why? Do you find it familiar? Do you want to feel it? It might make you more familiar." When she said the last word, she suddenly clenched her hand and flung it at Lu Zhuofeng. Lu Zhuofeng only saw a wisp of black suddenly shooting at him and panicked. But as a leader, he only panicked for a moment. He immediately reacted and raised his palm to raise a wind wall. Bang! The small wisp of flame met the wind wall and expanded rapidly. It expanded rapidly and actually penetrated through the wind wall. In fact, it even expanded along with Lu Zhuofeng's wind power. Soon, it grew into a black wall of fire. Then, it waved its fire claws and pounced at Lu Zhuofeng. Seeing this black flame, Lu Zhuofeng felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Now, he saw that the flame was growing with the wind and it was growing stronger and stronger. He subconsciously retreated far away and then looked at Lin Qiao's figure again. She disappeared again. Suddenly, he realized that Lin Qiao's figure had disappeared. Lu Zhuofeng's vigilance increased by another level. Then, he saw that the black flame in front of him suddenly rose and began to disperse into bunches. Lu Zhuofeng knew that the other party's ability was simply restraining his ability. Before he could react, he saw the scattered fire snakes suddenly shooting at him at this time. He hurriedly dodged, but he suddenly felt something strange behind him. Lu Zhuofeng immediately stopped dodging and then abruptly moved to the side. Fortunately, he was a wind element, so it wasn't difficult to move in the air. As he turned sideways, a black fire snake flashed behind him. What? Are you afraid? Are you afraid that the flame will touch you and turn you into ashes? At this time, Lin Qiao's voice came from the other side of the roof. At this moment, Lu Zhuofeng waved his hand, and a strong hurricane blew away the black fire snake beside him. Only then did he move away from his original position. Who the hell are you? Do you think that I will treat you as the woman who has already self-destructed? She died without a complete corpse. It's impossible for you to impersonate her. Do you think I'm stupid? Lu Zhuofeng shouted at Lin Qiao. From his point of view, even if Lin Qiao was using the poison flame, he would not be able to withstand it. However, he didn't treat her as the previous leader of the Netherworld Kings, Nether Flame, because that woman had self-destructed, so it was impossible for her to be alive. Therefore, he felt that the woman in front of him had only awakened the same superpower as the Hellfire. She was underestimating him if she wanted to scare him with this. Lin Qiao looked at him in amusement. She didn't know if this man was smart or stupid. Just like He Mu and Long Yubai last night, they basically believed who she was at first sight. However, Lu Zhuofeng didn't believe that she was still alive. He firmly believed that he, who had self-destructed, was dead. There was nothing wrong with that. She was dead. She was really dead. There was no doubt about that. Therefore, even Lin Qiao didn't believe that she had suddenly woken up from another body. Let alone others. Looking at the other party's attitude, it was obvious that he was smart. This was because he wasn't scared, but just a little surprised. Whether you believe it or not depends on what you do next. Lin Qiao suddenly stretched out her hands in his direction and then waved them. Very quickly, the black snakes rushed towards Lu Zhuofeng. Moreover, they were quickly dividing into many clones, and the number was increasing. Then, they rushed towards Lu Zhuofeng in a group, but were blown away by the hurricane that Lu Zhuofeng waved. At this moment, Lin Qiao suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. Ha! Lu Zhuofeng, who had been paying attention to her position, suddenly noticed that Lin Qiao's figure had disappeared while he was dealing with the surrounding fire snakes. Lu Zhuofeng's heart tightened, thinking that the other party might have some tricks up her sleeves. He was immediately on full alert, in case Lin Qiao suddenly launched a sneak attack from somewhere. The number of fire snakes continued to divide, and it didn't seem to be decreasing at all. Moreover, it increased a lot because of Lu Zhuofeng's hurricane. At this time, Lin Qiao had actually retreated and left in a faraway direction. It wasn't that she didn't want to kill the other party, but Lu Zhuofeng was a level 8 wind elemental. The other party's ability was already a level higher, and he could fly in the sky. Her attacks could only be on the ground or in close combat. Against those who flew in the sky, her long-range attacks were only of the fire elemental. However, when the other party's wind elemental condensed together, the poison fire ability that she controlled to fly in the sky would be much less effective. Perhaps there would be a huge battle with the other party, and in the end, it would take a lot of time. Lin Qiao didn't want to waste this time with the other party. If she couldn't succeed this time, then she would find another opportunity. At this time, the battle on the ground had also entered a more chaotic stage. The captives all fled away. This time, they didn't continue to crazily rush around, but began to act in an organized and premeditated manner. In addition, with the interference of Lin Qiao's zombie group, the attention of the Earth Dragon Base's army was distracted, and they smoothly slipped out. But when they began to gather near the base's wall gate, they were surprised by the situation in front of them. Because they saw from afar that the gate had been attacked by the zombie group, the Earth Dragon Base's army was concentrating their firepower on the zombie group. However, the number of zombies was too large, and their attacks didn't have any effect. At most, they could stop the zombie group from coming in, but they couldn't force them to retreat. In the open space in front of the gate, countless zombie corpses were piled up, and most of the zombies surrounded the human corpses and fought for food. But there were more and more zombies coming in from the gate. All the metahumans wielded all kinds of ability attacks, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and so on, wantonly killing these ordinary zombies. Because they were all ordinary zombies, it wasn't difficult for the metahumans to kill them. The only problem was the number. Chapter 596. Just at this moment, a whistle suddenly sounded. All the zombies stopped in their tracks and remained motionless. The people in the base attacked and killed them, and soon a large number of zombies fell down. What's going on? Suddenly seeing that all the zombies were motionless, the people of the Earth Dragon base were also stunned. All of them blankly looked at the zombies that were crazily rushing in, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, but now suddenly stopped moving. I don't know. Don't just stand there. Now is a good opportunity. Continue to attack. Yes. Attack. Attack. The zombies stopped, but the people in the Earth Dragon base didn't stop. They took advantage of the zombies' lack of reaction to increase their firepower and force. But there seemed to be a whistle just now. Who cares? Some people noticed the whistle, but soon they concentrated on attacking the zombies. At this time, another whistle sounded. Hey, it's coming again. No. You see, the zombies are retreating. It seems like it. After the second whistle sounded, the zombies began to turn around and retreated toward the gate of the base. This made the people in the Earth Dragon base dumbfounded. What happened to these zombies? What the hell happened? They retreated on their own. This was not scientific. It can't be the whistle just now, right? I noticed that when the first whistle sounded, these zombies stopped moving. After the second whistle, they began to turn around and retreat. Is it a high-level intelligent zombie? Someone said with uncertainty. It was obvious that something was controlling these zombies. Needless to say, it must be a high-level zombie to be able to control ordinary zombies. The high level that these people talked about was not the same concept as the high-level ones. This was because they were talking about level 3, 4, and 5 zombies, while high level referred to level 6 or 7 zombie kings. You mean, there are king zombies outside? Someone suddenly thought of this possibility. Controlling so many, it must be a king. But is it level 1 or level 2, this? Can a level 1 king control this number of ordinary zombies? This number? It seems unlikely. Is it a level 2 king? Thinking of this possibility, everyone was shocked, and a sense of crisis arose spontaneously. Because if it was a level 2 zombie, then it would be terrifying. Quick, go check out the situation of the other gates. Hurry up and report to me. Jian Xingtong also thought of this possibility, but he was more worried about the current situation of the 4 gates. He couldn't help but hope that the zombies in front of him would retreat. The zombies in other places have not retreated. If that was the case, it would mean that the level 2 king zombie only existed here, and no other places would have it. Thinking about it, if all 4 gates were guarded by a level 2 king, it was obvious that these ordinary zombies would not be the biggest threat to them. Soon, a subordinate came to reporting, Deputy Leader. The zombies at the other gates also retreated. Moreover, they retreated at the same time as the people here a few minutes ago. Obviously, Jian Xingtong didn't get the information he wanted. What? Not good. If that's the case, then we'll be in deep trouble. Jian Xingtong panicked a little. This was because he had already imagined that the destruction of the gate was only the first move of these second-rank kings. There might be even more terrifying tricks up their sleeves. However, after waiting for a few hours, Jian Xingtong didn't see any abnormalities in the second wave of zombies. This made Jian Xingtong feel more and more pressured, and even the slightest movement could make him explode. Fortunately, there was still a level 8 metahuman in the base, and this made Jian Xingtong slightly relieved. Don't be so worried, level 2 king zombies. How can there be so many? They aren't cabbages that can be found anywhere. Level 1 kings are already very rare, let alone level 2 kings. You're thinking too much. This might just be some special zombie king's trick. However, Lujuofeng didn't care about his worries and said. Hearing this, Jian Xingtong suddenly became clear-headed. Yes, Lujuofeng was right. It was very difficult for zombies to level up, and the number of level 1 kings was already very small. Not to mention level 2 kings. Even if Long Yubai said that there was one in uptown Hangzhou, and there might be one in the old Pluto King's base, there was no actual evidence. At least, no one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Therefore, Lujuofeng's words immediately made Jian Xingtong feel relieved. However, Long Yubai's corpse and the disappearance of Lin Ruifeng, Yi Hao, and He Mu made him unhappy. This was because the base was going to face even greater difficulties. It was how to protect this base. Because the gate had been broken, the zombies outside could attack at any time. Moreover, there were many high-level zombies wreaking havoc in the base, causing a lot of losses and casualties. As for those captives, they were no longer in Jian Xingtong's consideration. If they escaped, then so be it. Anyway, those were some weak women and some men without any combat value. Even if these people escaped the base, there weren't many who could survive, so Jian Xingtong didn't care about them. It was good that they could escape, this was also an opportunity for them. So now, Jian Xingtong had to quickly send people to block the gate, appease the people in the base, and calculate the losses and casualties, and so on. The most important thing was that the internal strife in the base might start. Moreover, there was someone else's leader watching here. If things went wrong, the base might be eaten by them in one bite. On the other side, Lin Qiao had already retreated with the zombie horde. Lujuofeng's analysis for Jian Xingtong was right. How could there be so many level 2 kings? She was clearly the only one, but her control method could be spread throughout the entire Earth Dragon base. That whistle could be heard several kilometers away before disappearing. Moreover, she didn't intend to launch a second wave of attacks, because her goal had been achieved. Killing the leaders Long Yubai and He Mu, as well as the deputy leaders Lin Ruifeng and Yi Hao, had already made the Earth Dragon base chaotic enough. She didn't have the same thoughts as Long Yubai, who didn't even spare the ordinary people. Her enemies were only at the leader level. Therefore, when Lin Qiao retreated, she directly retreated 10 kilometers away with the zombie army. Then she entered the space. Under the curious gazes of Lu Tianyi and the intelligent zombies, she wrapped herself in the black fog and went into the lake. Because she wanted to absorb energy for little man. Chapter 597. After going down to the bottom of the lake, Lin Qiao took He Mu's energy crystal and put it on her lower abdomen. As soon as the energy of the crystal touched her skin, it quickly went into her stomach. The energy wasn't transferred much, it was transferred little by little. Lin Qiao felt that little man was absorbing the energy. However, Lin Qiao did not know how much she had grown up. From that incident until now, it seemed like only a month had passed. In a blink of an eye, it was December, and the weather was very cold. But Lin Qiao didn't feel anything because of the cold weather. On the land and the space, Lu Tianyi looked at Lin Qiao blankly. He didn't know what Lin Qiao was doing. He suddenly looked back and saw a young zombie squatting in the vegetable field catching insects. That's right, the plants in this space started to have insects. And they grew fast, fat and strong. The vegetables that hadn't been picked for a few days also grew a lot of leaves. But some of them had been eaten by the insects. Although not much, they made the vegetables ugly. These 2 days, Lu Tianyi had nothing to do, so he squatted in the field to catch insects. Maybe seeing him catching insects, the young zombie also started to catch insects. But Lu Tianyi saw the meat worm he caught, twisting it in his hand, and then he threw it into his mouth. He ate it. Lu Tianyi's mouth twitched. This guy actually liked to eat insects. What kind of zombie was this? The young zombie was warned by Lin Qiao 2 days ago, and now he was much more well-behaved. But he still liked to follow behind Lu Tianyi and make trouble, such as hiding the water ladle he used to water the plants, or hiding the hole Lu Tianyi used to loosen the soil and the grass. Every time he saw Lu Tianyi looking around, he was happy. The young zombie who was looking for insects to eat caught another one. When he was about to put it in his mouth, he suddenly found that Lu Tianyi was looking at him. The guy glanced at the insect in his hand, and then quickly stuffed it into his mouth. After stuffing it, he stared at Lu Tianyi, as if he was afraid that Lu Tianyi would steal his insect to eat. Lu Tianyi's face was confused. Fuck. Who wants to steal your insect to eat? In the end, he suddenly saw this guy proudly baring his teeth at him, and there was even a suspicious trace of green on those teeth. Lu Tianyi silently turned his head away. I feel like vomiting. The world of zombies is so hard to understand. He looked around. The space was a little empty now. Because the high-level zombies that Lin Qiao had released had not returned, the space suddenly became much quieter. After staying for a few days, Lu Tianyi, who had almost gotten used to staying in the same space with these zombies, felt a little uncomfortable. Just when he felt that it was a little quiet, he heard a howl coming from the forest. Then, he saw a huge black snake as thick as a man's waist chasing after him angrily. It also rushed into the bushes. Lu Tianyi was speechless as he looked at this duo. They fought and fought every day, chasing each other from the woods to the bushes, or from the bushes to the woods. However, these two seemed to have never come close to the small building. They were only active in the forest. The zombie dog was the same, the others didn't come here. He looked back and saw a chubby little tiger lying on the door of the small building. After Lu Tianyi gave it crab meat that day, the little guy immediately became a lot more obedient. But it seemed to be hungry again. It had already been 2 days since it ate anything. But there was nothing it could do even if it was hungry. He didn't have any meat for it to eat. They had to wait for the big zombie sister to come out of the lake and bring them out to eat. As if feeling Lu Tianyi's gaze, the listless little tiger raised its head and looked over. Ao ao ao, as if they had heard the little tiger's cry, the two tigers that were chasing each other in the bushes suddenly stopped. They simultaneously raised their heads and looked over from afar. These two seemed to have noticed this little kid recently, but because of Lin Qiao's order to not get close to the small building, they could only watch from afar. Suddenly being stared at by the zombie dog and the giant snake, the little tiger's hair stood on end. Then, it turned around and hid in the house. Because of the giant snake's cold eyes, there was a sense of hunting. So it immediately alerted the little guy. When it saw that the other party seemed to be too strong, it immediately ran to hide. Seeing that the little tiger hid, the two watched for a while before giving up and continuing to stare. The giant snake suddenly turned its head and rushed towards the zombie dog. Ao woo, the zombie dog also quickly reacted and barked in dissatisfaction. Obviously, it was unhappy with the giant snake's sudden attack. The giant snake didn't care so much and rushed over when it saw the opportunity. In the end, it found that the zombie dog ran very fast. In the blink of an eye, it didn't know where it had jumped, so the giant snake had to follow its movements. It couldn't be helped. The zombie dog didn't have any temperature, and the snake relied on its temperature to observe its prey. So the zombie dog didn't have any temperature, which troubled the giant snake. Lin Qiao, who was in the water, absorbed the remaining energy from the crystal core after little man stopped absorbing the energy. This time, Little Man absorbed a little more energy. She absorbed 40% of the energy from a level 7 energy crystal core. Lin Qiao could only absorb the remaining 60% into her body. However, this 60% of level 7 energy didn't have any effect on Lin Qiao. As for Little Man, after absorbing all the energy, she fell asleep again. Lin Qiao moved and swam towards the surface of the lake like a fish. Then she popped her head out of the water. As soon as she popped her head out, the few on land immediately sensed her movements. All of them stopped what they were doing and looked over. Then, they saw a head swimming towards the shore. When Lu Tianyi saw that she was going to go ashore, he immediately turned his head back. When he turned back, he saw the intelligent zombie staring at Lin Qiao with a pair of big black eyes. He suddenly reached out and blocked the intelligent zombie's head. "What are you looking at? I'm not wearing any clothes." Although Lu Tianyi knew that even if Lin Qiao didn't wear any clothes, she would definitely use the black fog to cover herself. But obviously, the intelligent zombie's action wasn't about whether it would see Lin Qiao's body, but it was an impolite behavior. Talking about manners with a zombie. It seemed a little strange. Did something strange sneak in? Lu Tianyi had a strange expression. This wasn't for others, but for himself. The intelligent zombie that was blocked by him looked at Lu Tianyi with a blank face. He didn't understand why he didn't let him see. Why? Of course, Lu Tianyi knew what he was thinking from the other's expression, but how could he explain it? Chapter 598. After Lin Qiao went ashore, she walked to the pile of clothes that she had taken off. The black mist on her body immediately expanded, then separated from her body, but did not dissipate. She bent down to pick up the clothes, ignoring the water stains on her body, and just put them on. After putting on the clothes, she then dissipated the black mist. You two seem to have a good relationship now. After Lin Qiao walked over, she saw Lu Tianyi and the intelligent zombie staring at each other, so she said with a smile. When Lu Tianyi heard this, he immediately turned to look at her, and then shook his head in protest. Lin Qiao looked at him, then looked at the intelligent zombie, and suddenly said to Lu Tianyi, "Actually, he is a bit smart, but he is quite timid. I only scared him a little and he's already scared to death." Haha, roared Dash. When the young zombie heard Lin Qiao's words, he immediately became angry. Why did she have to scare him for no reason? "It's time to go back, I will go find those guys," Lin Qiao said at this time, and then disappeared in a flash. The two of them looked at each other. The intelligent zombie suddenly bared its teeth at Lu Tianyi, and made a strange sound from its throat. Lu Tianyi looked at the suspicious green, silently turned his head, and then walked away. After Lin Qiao came out of the space, she appeared in a large group of zombies. Because before she went in, she controlled the zombies here, and did not let them disperse. She put her finger in her mouth, and then blew hard. A loud whistle was blown by her, and after a full 10 seconds, she put down her hand. Roar dash, roar dash, roar, roar dash, countless zombies immediately roared. Then, they saw one after another jump out, and then gathered towards Lin Qiao. After a while, more than 20 level 4 zombies and 50 level 3 zombies stood in front of Lin Qiao in a row. Lin Qiao looked at these zombies, and then began to shout, "Didn't I tell you to find water to wash your hands and face? Don't you know how to wipe your mouth after eating? Didn't I tell you that you can't eat people?" Looking at these zombies, their mouths and jaws were all stained with blood, and their hands and claws were also dirty blood. Lin Qiao immediately scolded. When she let them out, she had ordered them not to eat human flesh, but they could kill them. But he couldn't eat it. However, she also knew that it was impossible for these zombies to let go of the delicious food in their hands. That was why she told him to wipe his mouth after eating and not let her see. Obviously, these guys didn't do as she said. Not only did he eat it, but he also ate until his face and mouth were covered in blood, and he was dirty for her to see. Lin Qiao turned around helplessly. After a while, he appeared outside with a bucket of water. This was because her group of mutant zombies did not bring out the water-type zombies, but left the water-type zombies at Upper City. Therefore, she could only use a bucket of lake water to wash the zombies. To others, this was simply a waste. To the zombies, it was even more wasteful. Because they all wished they could drink the water into their stomachs, but now they were actually using it to wash their hands. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and wash. Do you need me to teach you? Lin Qiao shouted at the zombies and continued, you are not allowed to drink the water that has been washed. Do you know? Before I come back, all of you come and wash, I will kill those who haven't washed. As soon as she finished speaking, zombies quickly came over and reached into the bucket to wash their hands. If this scene was seen by others, their jaws would probably drop. Because Lin Qiao had previously trained these zombies on how to wash themselves, how to take off their clothes, and how to wear clothes. These zombies were all wearing clean clothes, which Lin Qiao had spent a lot of effort to find for them, finding clothes that were suitable for them. Therefore, she kept telling these guys not to dirty their clothes, or else she would kill them as well. Although these zombies did not do as she said, it was not without effect. At least he listened to her words and started to care about the clothes he was wearing. Level 3 zombies were slower to understand, and level 4 zombies understood a little faster. Therefore, these level 4 zombies were clean except for their claws and mouths, which were covered in blood. Only those level 3 zombies had blood stains on their chests and sleeves. After Lin Qiao left, these zombies obediently went to the bucket to wash their hands. Of course, the first to wash were the level 4 zombies. Because of the level suppression, the level 3 zombies could only silently stand aside and wait for these level 4 zombies to finish washing. After Lin Qiao finished speaking, she withdrew from the circle and said to the zombies, line up, line up. Don't push. After saying that, seeing that these zombies were no longer pushing, she turned and left. The direction she went was towards the Earth Dragon base. Soon, Lin Qiao once again arrived outside the wall of the Earth Dragon base. Seeing that the gate was blocked by metal or wood ability users, Lin Qiao sneered. When she climbed up the wall like Spider-Man, she felt the atmosphere inside the base. The smell of the war had slowly dissipated, but many of the buildings at the gate had been damaged and had not begun to be repaired. Lin Qiao sniffed and found that many people in the base had gathered at the location of the government building in the inner area. Whether ordinary people or ability users, 90% of the people had gathered there at this time. It seemed like there was a show to watch. Lin Qiao's eyes flashed and she immediately jumped off the wall and landed on the ground. Then, she quickly trotted forward and lightly jumped onto the half-collapsed house in front of her. Then, she continued to jump. In a flash, she had reached the top of a building. Then, her figure continued to flash forward. At this time, in the government building, the people were divided into several groups and were facing each other. Lin Qiao stood on the top of the building and looked around. She found that Lu Zhuofeng was also below. In addition to him, there were 3 level 6 ability users. One of them was, of course, the deputy leader level Jian Xingtong. The person standing next to Lu Zhuofeng was not Jian Xingtong. It was another level 6 ability user, but this person was not the deputy leader level. Although he was not, Lin Qiao also knew this person. This person's position in the base was the weapons management officer, managing the weapons and equipment of the entire base. This person was called Lan Qijie, a level 6 metal ability user. However, at this time, Lan Qijia's position was a bit unusual because he stood opposite Jian Xingtong and Lu Zhuofeng stood behind Lan Qijia. In addition to Jian Xingtong and Lan Qijia, there was another group of people. The leader was also a level 6 ability user. This ability user was the leader of an independent corpse hunting group. Behind Long Yubai's back, he secretly trained tens of thousands of members, but on the surface, Long Yubai only knew that there were only 3,000 people. Chapter 599. His name was Xia Yushin, a 6th level natural wood adept. Now that Long Yubai was dead, the base was in chaos. Thus, all of his subordinates floated out of the water and gathered together at this moment. In the empty square in front of the government building, 3 groups stood in 3 different directions. Jian Xingtong, don't be so stubborn. If we give this base to Hidden Cloud City, we might be able to continue developing. Otherwise, we'll all be in big trouble. As you can see, Long Yubai is dead. We don't know where Lin Ruifeng and Yi Hao are, but they might be in trouble. If this goes on, we'll only have 3 6th level adepts. We won't be a match for either Hidden Cloud City or Skyfire Base. Lan Qijie shouted at Jian Xingtong. Lan Qijie, you traitor, shut up. Before Jian Xingtong could say anything, Xia Yushin had already shouted angrily at him. Xia Yushin's 10,000 men weren't many, but they were all adepts. However, most of them were ability users. Although their strength was half of Jian Xingtong's, it was still an armed team that couldn't be ignored. Lan Qijie, since you're already with Hidden Cloud City, don't waste any more words. We won't hand over the base to another base. If you have the guts, wipe us out, just like you did to Hades' base. Otherwise, don't expect us to submit. Jian Xingtong looked at Lan Qijie coldly. All 3 parties were armed to the teeth, and the guns in their hands were aimed at each other. Although Xia Yushin's group was an independent corpse hunter group, they were currently standing on the same side as Jian Xing. They wouldn't agree to hand over the base to Hidden Cloud City as a subsidiary. TCH, I've already discussed this with your leader, Long Yubai. If he's fine, he'll probably hand over the base to us soon. I think you should stop resisting. That's not good for everyone, is it? Lu Zhuofeng stepped forward and spoke to Jian Xingtong. Though he said that, it wasn't the case. Lu Zhuofeng just wanted to mess with Jian Xingtong's thoughts, to test his bottom line. Even if Long Yubai promised you, it doesn't mean we all agree. Besides, he didn't explain anything to us. Without our agreement, there's no way he would let you have the base. So don't insult our intelligence. Jian Xingtong replied coldly. By everyone, he meant that this decision could not be made by Long Yubai alone. Of course, it also required the consent of all the cadres and managers in the base. You really refuse a toast and want to drink a forfeit. With only 200,000 to 300,000 people left, what ability do you have to continue guarding this base? Lu Zhuofeng sneered. The Earth Dragon base originally had 400,000 to 500,000 people, but after the battle with the Netherworld King's base, they had lost nearly 100,000 people. As a result, the remaining 300,000 soldiers, aside from all of Hades' supplies and captives, had they not been given to Hidden Cloud City and Skyfire Base, Earth Dragon would have won. However, Long Yubai wasn't interested in this aspect. He only cared about destroying the Netherworld King's base. He didn't care about anything else. He already knew of Hidden Cloud City's hidden agenda, but at that time, Hidden Cloud City was not that strong. With Skyfire Base holding them back, Long Yubai didn't think Hidden Cloud City would make a move so soon. He still had time to work with Skyfire Base and keep Hidden Cloud City busy. What he didn't expect, however, was for Hidden Cloud City to produce an 8th level adept so quickly. The balance between the 3 sides was broken. Lan Qijie didn't have many people on his side, only a few thousand. They weren't strong enough, so they weren't a match for Jian Xingtong and Xia Yushin. But he had Lu Zhuofeng behind him. He was an 8th level adept. With a wave of his hand, he could wipe out a whole bunch of his enemies. Even so, Jian Xingtong and Xia Yushin weren't willing to submit. Lin Chao watched the commotion for a while, then decided to ignore them. She had something she needed to do first. Once she was done, she'd come back and see what they were up to. She stood on the roof, sniffing left and right. Finally, she discovered that the granary was divided into 3 directions. That's right, what she needed to do now was steal the food. Lin Chao had known there were 3 granaries, but she hadn't been able to find out where they were. Now that she'd sniffed with her zombie nose, she knew exactly where they were. Lin Chao leapt in one of the directions, and a few minutes later she found herself in front of a building. There wasn't anything special about the building. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary factory building, but it was heavily guarded. However, it was heavily guarded, and there was a sign outside the door that said, "Important base, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach." Lin Chao landed in the inner square of the building, and looked around at the distribution of military forces. It was dense, and there were many adepts guarding the place. Such an important place couldn't be left without adepts. But when Lin Chao arrived, no one noticed her presence, be it ordinary soldiers or adepts. Lin Chao sniffed the air around her, and found the smell of food coming from the first floor. There was nothing on the second and third floors. She made her way to the warehouse on the first floor. The door was guarded by soldiers with guns. The door was also modified with metal, and there was a very complicated fingerprint electronic lock. Lin Chao walked around the warehouse, and found that there wasn't even a window on the first floor. There were quite a few vents. She looked around, and suddenly felt a little movement from the fingerprint lock station. She quickly leaned over, and then stood by the door and waited. After a minute, there was a beep from the other side of the door. Then, the door opened and a few people walked out of it. Lin Chao immediately took advantage of the moment they came out, and before the door automatically closed, she went in. There were actually people coming out. What a good opportunity. Lin Chao thought silently. After entering the door, there was a passage. The metal passage was more than 10 meters long, and Lin Chao walked along the passage to the other end. There was a door there, and there was an elevator button at the door. Lin Chao walked over and looked around. She didn't reach out to press the button of the elevator, but looked up. There was a security system on the elevator lock, and when those people went out, the system should have been activated. So she didn't touch those things, and found another entrance to enter. But she couldn't see anything in this passage except for the 4 walls. Chapter 600. She looked up and threw the small flame in her hand to the vent cover above her head. After the small flame jumped up, it quickly melted the vent and expanded to the size of an adult. Lin Chao walked over, bent her knees slightly, and jumped up. She grabbed the melted vent with both hands and climbed in agilely. Lin Chao crawled along the vent. After a while, she arrived at the elevator. She tore a hole on the top of the elevator, turned invisible, and climbed down. She stood in the elevator and looked at the buttons inside. Sure enough, there were 3 floors below. Lin Chao directly pierced a hole at the bottom of the elevator and hacked the surveillance camera. She crawled down from the hole below and began to slide down the cable. When she arrived at the elevator door on the first floor, she burned the door with fire again and climbed in through this door. After entering, she saw many cubicle doors. The contents of the cubicles were written on the doors. Lin Chao looked back and found that there were also signs on the doors. The first floor was the storage area for fresh food, the second floor was the storage area for frozen meat, and the third floor was the storage area for rice, flour, oil, and some seeds. Lin Qiao took a look and then returned to the elevator. Then, he slid down until he reached the third underground floor before climbing in. She quickly opened these doors. Even though the locks on these doors had alarm systems, Lin Qiao didn't touch the locks. Instead, she directly burned the doors. As for the elevator door, it was directly burned by Lin Qiao, but the lock was still on the side. As long as the lock was not broken, the alarm would not go off for the time being. Therefore, she silently went in and stored all the stored food into the space. Then, she came out and continued to the next room. The soldiers outside the warehouse were still patrolling, but they didn't notice that the underground warehouse was being emptied one by one. In Lin Qiao's space, Lu Tianyi was standing in the seedling field and observing the situation of the seedlings. Suddenly, he heard bang bang bang, coming from the big grass. When he looked up, he saw many sacks appearing out of thin air and landing on the grass. Because it wasn't very high up, it wouldn't explode when it fell to the ground. Lu Tianyi curiously walked over. On the other side of the building, the intelligent zombie also popped its head out and looked over curiously. When Lu Tianyi walked over to take a look, he found that these were all bags of rice, and each bag weighed 50 kilograms. At this moment, they were appearing one after another and piling up here. It seemed that Lu Tianyi had collected them from outside, but the number seemed to be too much. Was she robbing someone else's granary? Lu Tianyi thought silently, but he didn't know that he already knew the truth. Lu Tianyi, who had nothing to do, began to count the number of bags that came in. An hour later, there were not only bags of rice in the bushes, but also flour, oil, salt, and so on. After that, there were also freezers. After the freezer was finished, piles of dried vegetables, cured meat, and other dry goods were brought in. Looking at the rice and flour piled up like a mountain, and the various dry goods and freezers piled up in a large area, Lu Tianyi already felt that they must be robbing the granary. Of course, he could guess whose granary it was. Di Long, wasn't he stirring up trouble here for the past 2 days? After an hour, Lin Qiao finally finished collecting all the food stored on the third underground floor. Then she clapped her hands, turned around, and left. She was careful when she came in, but Lin Qiao didn't need to be so careful when she went out. She directly burned a big hole in a wall on the first floor and then slipped away. From the beginning to the end, the alarm of the entire granary didn't sound. Then Lin Qiao continued to sneak to the next granary. At this time, she also heard the explosion of the war in the inner area. Obviously, there was a fight. But Lin Qiao didn't care about them, but quickly found the second granary, and then sneaked in again. It didn't take long for her to sneak out. Out of the 3 granaries, she quietly looted 2. Lin Qiao didn't touch the last one. At least she should leave some for the humans in this base to eat for a few months. She sneaked out of the base with the food from the 2 granaries. Of course, some of the food was originally from Hades King's base. However, although Di Long's base was a small base, there was still a lot of food stored for a few years. With these, the thousands of people in the base in the upper city wouldn't have to worry about food for the next 3 years. Although Lin Qiao wanted to stay and see what those people's expressions were after they found out that the granary was looted, she didn't have time to wait here. Who knew when those guys would find out? Although Lu Zhuofeng was a level 8 ability user, he might be able to kill a lot of ability users, but he also needed people. He couldn't kill all of them, right? Then wouldn't the base be useless without people? Therefore, it wasn't so easy for Lu Zhuofeng to take down Jian Xingtong and Xia Yushin's forces even though he had reservations and had a backup plan. It didn't take long for Lin Qiao to return to the position of the zombie group. She saw that there was only half of the blood-red water left in the bucket, and then looked at the high-level zombies standing in line waiting for her to check. After looking at their hands and faces, she saw that they were indeed a lot cleaner. Lin Qiao turned around and poured the half bucket of water on the ground, then she took the bucket out. Then she threw out a long rope, letting all the high-level zombies come over and grab it. Then she brought it into the space. After 3 times, she finally put all 60 to 70 high-level zombies into the space. After entering the space, Lin Qiao found that there was still a person standing next to the pile of food she collected. "Boy, how long are you going to stand there? Come and help." Lin Qiao saw that the person didn't seem to wake up, so she shouted. Lu Tianyi came back to his senses and saw that Lin Qiao was already standing in the open space in front of the small building, and there were dozens of hundreds of zombies around him. At this time, Lin Qiao was looking at him from afar, as if she wanted him to do something. Lu Tianyi quickly walked back. As he walked, he suddenly looked back at the grain mountain behind him. Then he walked in front of Lin Qiao with a puzzled expression. Lin Qiao saw his expression and said, "Many of those grains were from the Netherworld King's base. They originally didn't belong to them. I'm just getting back what I should get back, with interest." Lu Tianyi was even more confused. This matter of the Netherworld King's base. What does it have to do with you? Lin Qiao carried the 2 big buckets and glanced at him. Then she said, "It has a lot to do with it." After saying that, she walked towards the lake. Chapter 601. If you have something to do with it, then say it. After being brushed off by Lin Qiao's, "It's a big deal," Lu Tianyi still didn't know what this guy had to do with the base. He was very depressed. Why did he feel like he was being played like a kid? Lin Qiao took 2 water ladles and said to the zombies, "Those who have cups, go get them. Those who don't have cups, just stand." There were more than 50 level 3 zombies, so Lin Qiao didn't prepare that many cups for them. So she asked the level 4 zombies to contribute the cups. Those level 4 zombies hadn't drunk the energy lake water for many days. At this time, when Lin Qiao asked them to get cups, they immediately ran to get their own cups, then quickly ran back and looked at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao put the ladle in Lu Tianyi's hand. "Why are you looking at me? Don't look at me, look at him." Lu Tianyi's face was blank. Then he turned his head and saw that all the zombies immediately turned their heads and stared at the ladle in his hand. Come, that young man." At this time, Lin Qiao waved at the intelligent young zombie and said, "You've done this before. Today I'll teach you a new task." The young zombie wasn't that thirsty for the energy lake water anymore, because he didn't know how many times he had secretly drunk the water from the bucket behind Lu Tianyi's back. So now he didn't feel much need for the energy lake water. If he had to say what he wanted, it would be a bath. At this time, seeing Lin Qiao call him over, he didn't know what to do. Lin Qiao pointed to another bucket of water and said, "Stand there first." Then she said to the dumbfounded Lu Tianyi, "See these people holding cups? Give each of them a cup of water." Lu Tianyi came back to his senses. Seeing this kind of formation for the first time made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He looked at the level 4 zombies in front of him and suddenly felt like he was looking at a primary school student. What the hell? Lu Tianyi quickly shook his head, feeling that something strange had gotten into his head. At this time, Lin Qiao said to the level 4 zombies who were holding the cups, "Come up, after you finish drinking, lend the cups to them." Then she pointed at the level 3 zombies. When he turned his head, he saw that the level 3 zombies were standing in a mess, and they were gradually moving towards the water bucket. Hey! Stand up straight. Why are you squeezing? Step back and move away. Lin Qiao immediately scolded loudly. He raised his hand and pointed at the level 3 zombies, telling them to retreat. Being pointed at by Lin Xiao, who was a level 2 king, the level 3 zombies didn't dare to disobey and immediately retreated. But even though they were retreating, it was still crowded. Lin Xiao walked over and kicked the people in the first row and pushed them. Take 2 steps back, yes. Stand there and don't move. You. Step back. Why are you sticking to him? Would you like a bite? Not long after, the level 3 zombies came out in a disorderly group. Remember your positions. Next time, don't stand randomly. You. Straighten your waist. You, take your legs back. Stand properly, stand properly. Clatter, clatter, Lin Xiao ordered the zombies to stand in a line. Lu Tianyi looked at Lin Xiao with a dumbfounded face. Just like that, Lin Xiao easily arranged the weird level 3 zombies into a line. It was as neat and disciplined as an army. Looking at him in a daze, the zombies waiting in front of him for water couldn't take it anymore. They opened their mouths and wanted to roar at him, but suddenly thought of something. They turned their heads and looked at Lin Xiao, and immediately shut their mouths. Since they couldn't roar, they would use their hands. So he held the cup in his hand in front of Lu Tianyi's eyes. Ha! What the hell? A cup suddenly appeared in front of his eyes and almost touched his nose, which scared Lu Tianyi. When he came back to his senses, he saw that there were zombies standing in front of him waiting for him to fetch water, but he was distracted. Lu Tianyi looked at the zombies' urging eyes and quickly turned around to fetch water, then poured it into his cup. As soon as the zombie got the water, he immediately returned to the line. Lu Tianyi looked at the zombie in surprise, thinking that he would just stand on the other side. Then he fetched water for the zombies on this side, while watching them return to their positions with the cups. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly roared at the level 4 zombies that drank the water, "You over there, when you're done drinking, bring the cup over first." Roar. The zombies looked at her with a blank face. Not only did they not take the cup, but they also hid it behind them. Then they stared at Lin Xiao with vigilance and bitterness. Damn, what's with that look? I just said I'm borrowing it. Borrowing. I'll return it to you. Lin Xiao saw the look in their eyes and understood that they thought he was going to take back their cups, and then they wouldn't drink water in the future. Come, bring the cup over. Why are you so stingy? I'm not going to confiscate your cup. I'm just lending it to them. Look, they don't have a cup to use. Lin Xiao coaxed the level 4 zombies and sighed helplessly. Seeing that the level 4 zombies still refused to move, Lin Xiao became angry. Lin Xiao was enraged. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Do I have to give an order?" Seeing Lin Xiao in such a state, all the zombies trembled and immediately rushed over. She stuffed all the cups in her hands into the claws of the obedient level 3 zombies, and then she roared at the zombies. She meant to return it to him after using it. Roar. The level 3 zombies who took the cup were confused. What are you roaring for? They still need to pass it to the ones behind them after drinking it. Why are you so impatient? Lin Xiao stood at the side and kicked the one closest to her. After kicking the person away, she looked at the level 3 zombie that took the empty cup and said, "Go over there, get the water, come back here and drink it. Then pass the empty cup to the one behind. Do you understand?" Roar. I don't understand. The level 3 zombie directly replied to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. I'll endure. Go. Over there. Get the water. Come back. Drink. Lin Xiao clenched her teeth and said to them. Lu Tianyi looked at Lin Xiao, and suddenly felt that she was like a kindergarten teacher. Feeling anxious, angry, and helpless at the same time, it was very interesting. After Lin Qiao gave the empty cup to the level 3 zombie, it immediately obediently took the cup and walked towards the young zombie that Lin Qiao pointed at. The young zombie had been waiting impatiently beside the barrel, and immediately roared twice to urge Chu Feng to hurry up. Roar! It's time to eat. Come over. Chapter 602. Lin Qiao stood on the side and watched the zombies collect the water in batches, then come back to their original position and drink the water in the cup. There were more than 20 level 4 zombies over there, and it wasn't the first time they came to collect water. So Lu Tianyi quickly distributed the water to them, then continued to distribute the water to the level 3 zombies. After the level 4 zombies handed over the cup, they didn't even return to their team, and stood next to the level 3 zombies, staring at them. Hey, you guys, go back and stand properly. Can't you come back later to claim it yourself? Lin Qiao looked at them with a headache. Roar, roar. The level 4 zombies reluctantly returned to their original positions. Although it was just an empty cup, the cup was very important to them. It was as if they couldn't drink the energy lake water after the cup was gone. It didn't take long for all the zombies to drink the water from the lake water. Although the level 4 zombies could still absorb some energy after drinking the lake water, it wasn't very useful. But the level 3 zombies all seemed to have drunk a big tonic, they couldn't stand still, and began to stagger. When Lu Tianyi saw this, he felt that these guys were like drunkards. Okay, dismiss. Lin Qiao saw this, and immediately waved his hand to dismiss them. The level 4 zombies found their cups one by one, but at this time, they all stared at their cups with a face full of disgust. After Lin Qiao said to disperse, the zombies dispersed. However, there were two different situations. One was the level 4 zombies, staring at their cups with a face full of disgust. The smarter ones even used their clothes to wipe their cups. Because these cups originally only had their own breath on them, now that they were used by other level 3 zombies, a lot of other zombies' breaths were mixed in, this made them very annoyed. But because Lin Qiao was here, they didn't dare to act out. On the other side, they had become a group of drunkards. They staggered to the back of the building. Now the density of the energy in the water, it really made these level 3 zombies who hadn't awakened their abilities drink a cup, and their reaction was a bit big. Therefore, Lin Qiao made Lu Tianyi drink diluted energy lake water. He was just afraid that if he were to drink a cup like this, things would go in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Gulu gulu gulu, the young zombie was holding a ladle of water and drinking it. Alright, when you're done, drag the bucket back and put it away. Lin Qiao walked over and gave the young man a kick. Then, he turned around and walked into the small building. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the forest. A woof, then, a bald figure rushed out and leaped to Lin Qiao's side. Behind it was a giant snake that slithered left and right. A woo. The zombie dog had a large iron basin in its mouth. It rushed in front of Lin Qiao and looked at the water bucket with glowing eyes. Then it looked at the lake and turned back to swing its tail at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao took a look and said, "Oh. I forgot about you too. Wait." Then, she turned around and shouted at Lu Tianyi, who was about to drag the water bucket away, "Wait, give me the water bucket first." She took Lu Tianyi's water bucket and walked to the lake. Then, she filled a bucket of water and walked back to the two animals. Then, in front of Lu Tianyi's confused face, she filled the zombie dog's water bucket with a ladle. Then, she pointed to the remaining water in the bucket and said, "Come, Dahe. This is for you." Dahe straightened its long neck and stretched its head over to take a look. Then, it plunged its head into the bucket without hesitation. The zombie dog also lowered its head and drank from the big water bucket. Seeing the two drinking happily, Lin Qiao turned to Lu Tianyi and said, "All right, let's go to the next location." Lu Tianyi was slightly stunned and looked at her in confusion. The next location? Huh? Weren't they going back to the base in the upper city? Lin Qiao glanced at him and said, "How can we go back so soon? This is the first thing, and the next thing is to go to Huaxia. Go and inquire about the situation of the antidote, so that we can be prepared. Otherwise, if we encounter opponents on the battlefield who use this to restrict us in the future, things will be difficult." Lu Tianyi suddenly realized that it was like this. But what she said was right. The antidote would indeed be a big problem for zombies like them in the future. But why were only the two of them going? They must have sent a large group of people to other bases. We are just going to inquire about information, not to trade. It's useless to go so many people. Lin Qiao suddenly said to him and then disappeared. After leaving the space, Lin Qiao silently put the car out, then got into the driver's seat and started it. The car drove in the direction of Huabei, leaving behind a mess in the Earth Dragon base. Not long after, the major bases received news that the Earth Dragon base's leader was assassinated and two deputy leaders were missing. What followed was the news that the base was almost overrun by zombies, and the Hidden Cloud City's Level 8 paranormals used force to suppress the remaining forces of the Earth Dragon base. Wu Qingyue sighed helplessly and said, "This girl, wherever she goes, she causes a lot of trouble." Xiao Liqing, who was standing beside his desk, knew who he was talking about and asked curiously, "This Miss Lu, is she going to help the people of the Netherworld King's base take revenge?" And she actually went by herself, but left all the people of the Netherworld King in the new base in the upper city. Why didn't she bring people with her? Wu Qingyue looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Does she need to bring people? Right now, the human army in the world added up is not as strong as her army." "Ah, that's true." Xiao Liqing immediately understood. She is the leader of the zombies. Once she goes out, there are zombies everywhere. She can attract a large group of people wherever she goes. Now that she is done, should she come back? Xiao Liqing thought about it and asked again. "Come back?" Wu Qingyue looked at him, but shook his head and said, "Why should she come back? From the Earth Dragon base to the Huaxia base, it is so close. Why did she have to run back and go in a big circle?" Xiao Liqing was stunned when he heard his words, and then said in surprise, "Huh. She also wants to go to Huaxia. Their base. Will they need those drugs?" "There is no need." He knew that the other half of the base will become a place for special zombies in the future. Therefore, this needle was an antidote for zombies, and they had no use at all. Why not? Even if she doesn't need it, she should know how to resist this kind of thing. So I think she must go and find out about this antidote. Wu Qingyue's smiling eyes flashed a dark light. Chapter 603. 3 days later, in a mountain dozens of kilometers away from the Huaxia base in Qingtai City, North China. The sky was gray and it was snowing. A thick layer of snow had piled up on the ground, and there was a vast expanse of whiteness everywhere. Although it looked beautiful, it was not lively at all. It was dead silent and cold. In such a cold weather, there should be few animals coming out in the wild at this time. But there was an exception. Mutant carnivorous deer. The roe deer here were not stupid at all. Maybe it was because of the virus infection that changed their genes, or something else. This roe deer was more aggressive than a wolf, and it became very cunning. Moreover, it had a mouth of sharp teeth, and it was happy to eat meat. It also liked to attack people. Moreover, it bred a lot. No one knew how it grew in these years, but the number of these carnivorous deer doubled. When people in Huaxia City realized it, the number of these carnivorous deer had been out of control. So people who went out of the city were often attacked by these carnivorous deer, and then they were eaten. However, this time, it was not the carnivorous deer that attacked people, but they were chased all over the mountain. Big Black, this huge and thick black snake, was very conspicuous in the snow. However, it was able to silently and stealthily approach those agile carnivorous roe deer. Then, it fiercely pounced on them. It immediately rolled up a deer as big as a calf, and then dragged it down the mountain. Compared with Dahai's neat sneak attack, Wang's side was in a mess. The naked zombie dog jumped around happily in the snow. As it excitedly chased the roe deer all over the mountain, it even rolled twice in the snow. Lin Qiao and Lu Tianyi, wearing thin clothes, were sitting on a snow-covered stone, waiting for the two to come back. Soon they saw the giant snake dragging a struggling roe deer back. Oh! It turns out to be a stupid roe deer. Lin Qiao's eyes brightened. She had not eaten the meat of a roe deer. Then she immediately jumped down from the stone, and then walked to the side of the giant snake. Looking at the snake as thick as a human waist, and the roe deer as big as a calf. If the snake wanted to eat it, it could directly swallow the roe deer slowly. However, it brought it back to Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao walked over and grabbed the roe deer's long neck with one hand, then twisted his wrist. Crack! There was a soft, muffled sound, and the deer stopped struggling. Lin Qiao sniffed the aroma. It was sweet and fragrant. Not bad, it looked delicious. Seeing that the roe deer was killed, Dahai loosened its body. Then, it curled up into a ball and stopped moving, because it really didn't like it here. It was too cold. Lin Qiao squatted down and used her fingernails to poke a hole in the roe deer's stomach. Blood gushed out. With a shake of her hand, a stainless steel basin appeared in her hand. She placed the basin under the bloody hole. After more than 10 minutes, the roe deer's blood finally flowed out. Then, Lin Qiao brought the basin of warm blood to his mouth and gulped it down. Lu Tianyi, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Not to mention how smelly the blood was, just the amount alone was quite a lot. He didn't expect that Lin Qiao would drink it all in one breath. Wasn't she afraid that her stomach would be stuffed? At this time, Lin Qiao, who had finished drinking the blood, put down the basin. After looking at him with her head tilted, she immediately said, "What? Do you want to drink it too? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've finished it all." Lu Tianyi looked at her with a speechless face and shook his head quickly. He didn't want to drink that thing. It already smelled fishy. How could he drink it? But at this time, Lin Qiao suddenly stretched out the blood basin in front of Lu Tianyi and said, "Smell it." "What's the smell?" Lu Tianyi looked at her with a blank face. What did she mean? Why did she want him to smell it? Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a strange smell coming into his nose. He was stunned and couldn't help sniffing. Ha! It didn't seem to smell bad. But it was true that it was very fishy. Seeing him like this, Lin Qiao's eyes suddenly flashed, and then she took the basin back. Then she used her claws to quickly draw a line on the roe deer's body and began to skin it. Her movements were very fast and skillful. In a short while, she had skinned the front leg. Then Lin Qiao slightly raised her hand and waved her claws at the front leg. The front leg was directly cut off by her, and before it fell into the snow, she caught it in her hand. Lin Qiao stood up with the front leg and walked in front of Lu Tianyi. "Try it and see if you can eat it," she said to him. Lu Tianyi looked at her with a puzzled face, but when he turned to look at the flesh in front of him, he suddenly stopped. He raised his hand hesitantly and took the piece of meat in his hand. He stuck his nose close to the meat and sniffed it. You don't think it's annoying? Let's try it, Lin Qiao said to him. She suddenly thought that if the zombies in her hands didn't eat human flesh and only drank the energy lake water to maintain themselves, she felt that something was missing. If it suppressed their appetite too much, it would increase their interest in human flesh in the future. It wouldn't be good if this continued. But these zombies didn't eat animals or humans. What should she do? But now she saw that Lu Tianyi didn't seem to dislike the taste of the roe deer's blood. Maybe he could eat it. Thinking of this, she immediately cut off a front leg and gave it to Lu Tianyi. She looked forward to seeing if he could eat it. After Lu Tianyi smelled it, he found that the roe deer's meat didn't smell as bad as the big river crab's meat. Although it was very fishy, there was a strange smell in it. He looked at Lin Qiao and saw that she was looking at him with anticipation. He opened his mouth and took a bite of the meat. Lu Tianyi originally thought that it would be bad, so he was ready to turn his head and vomit. But after biting it, he was stunned. Ha! The taste didn't seem bad. Lu Tianyi was stunned for a moment, then he took a big bite of the meat. After becoming a zombie, his teeth seemed to have become very sharp. This raw meat was easily bitten off by him. Lin Qiao saw that when he just bit down, he paused and asked nervously, "How is it?" Just as she finished asking, she saw him bite down on it and start to eat with loud noises. Seeing this, Lin Qiao's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the expectation in her heart became bigger and bigger. But she still didn't dare to relax. She was afraid that after this brat chewed a few mouthfuls, he would vomit again. In the end, after a while, she saw Lu Tianyi finish chewing and swallow. Even he was stunned. He looked at the meat in his hand blankly, then took another bite with a puzzled expression. Chapter 604. Oh! There's hope. Lin Qiao saw his expression and immediately felt happy. She quickly moved in front of Lu Tianyi and stared at him. How is it? How is it? What's the taste? What's the texture? Lu Tianyi finished the second bite and looked at Lin Qiao with a blank expression. It was slippery, but very chewy. There was a strange smell, but the more he chewed, the sweeter it was. Lu Tianyi thought so, but Lin Qiao knew everything. Yeah. As long as it's edible. But other than you, I don't know if other zombies can eat it. No. Strange, why can you eat it? Other zombies don't eat mutant animals' meat, or do they only eat this kind of deer's meat? After Lin Qiao knew that he could eat it, she felt relieved, and then began to ask a bunch of questions. While thinking, she turned back to the side of the deer's corpse and continued to skin it. Lu Tianyi continued to take another bite. He was also very curious why he could eat this kind of mutant animal's meat. It seemed to be very delicious. He also looked at Lin Qiao with a blank and puzzled face as she turned around and continued to skin the deer. After Lin Qiao finished skinning the deer, she cut off the other front leg and the two hind legs. She threw the rest of the body to the giant snake next to her. Here, after you finish eating, go catch another one. The giant snake immediately stretched out its neck, took the skinned deer, and then began to slowly eat it. Lin Qiao put the other 3 legs on the deer's skin, looked at Lu Tianyi who was still eating raw meat, and suddenly thought that maybe she could call out the other zombies and see if they would eat it. Thinking so, Lin Qiao immediately went into the space and brought out the young zombie and the other 2 level 4 zombies. Lin Qiao let the 3 obediently stand on the side, and then picked up the hand of one of the legs, peeled off a small piece, and then handed it to the young zombie. Eat it, she said. The young zombie took the small piece of meat that she handed to him, and when he heard that she wanted him to eat it, he was even more confused. What is this? Can this be eaten? The young zombie hesitantly held the meat in his hand, and looked at Lin Qiao with confusion. What are you looking at me for? Eat, hurry up. Have a bite. Lin Qiao saw that this guy was still dawdling and immediately urged him. Under Lin Qiao's urging, the young zombie put the meat into his nose and sniffed it, then his face was filled with disgust. But Lin Qiao told him to eat it, and he didn't dare to throw it away, so he could only endure the nausea and open his mouth to take a bite. When Lin Qiao saw the look of disdain on his face, he already knew what was going on. At the same time, he also felt the disgust in his heart. Sure enough, after the young zombie took a bite, it didn't even chew. He couldn't help but turn his head and vomit. Then, he looked at Lin Qiao with a bitter expression. Roar! It was disgusting. Lin Qiao sighed and snatched the meat from his hand and gave it to the next zombie. In the end, after the zombie sniffed it, it didn't even bite it. It just stuffed the piece of meat back into Lin Qiao's hand. Then, he took 2 steps back with a look of disgust. Puff 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 puff, the young zombie was still spitting, as if the taste in his mouth was very uncomfortable. Lu Tianyi, who was eating meat on the side, immediately stopped when he saw these zombies. Then, he blankly looked at the front leg that had been gnawed to the bone in his hand, and then looked at the young zombie in confusion. They didn't eat it. It looked like they were disgusted, so why could he eat it? I also think it's very strange. At this time, Lin Qiao looked back at Lu Tianyi and said, aren't they all zombies? I thought that if you can eat it, they can also eat it. But it still can't. It seems that you are as special as me. As Lin Qiao said this, suddenly, his mind flashed, as if he thought of something. That's right, this Lu Tianyi became a zombie because he was bitten by her. Because when this kid died, his body wasn't infected by the virus. Then his situation, could it be that after the virus in her mouth was infected, this kid's situation became the same as her? It can't be. Is that true? Lin Qiao looked at the third zombie who didn't eat the raw meat she handed over. While thinking about the problem, she took the meat back. Looking at the meat that was bitten by the young zombie, she casually threw it away. She squatted down, grabbed a handful of snow, and rubbed her hands. After washing her hands, she brought the 3 zombies back into the space. She turned her head and saw that Lu Tianyi had already finished eating the front leg of the roe deer. So, she turned around and threw a hind leg meat to him. One is not enough, this is for you. Lin Qiao said. She knew that this kid's appetite must be like hers at that time. Very very hungry, once he ate, he couldn't stop. Hearing her question, Lu Tianyi really didn't have enough to eat. Lin Qiao took the other front leg and leaned on the stone to gnaw on it. There was a strange smell, but when she bit into her mouth, it was chewy. The more she chewed, the sweeter it was. The 2 siblings sat next to the stone, silently holding an animal's thigh with both hands and gnawing on it. A woo, woof, at this time, the zombie dog's voice came. The 2 turned their heads to look, and sure enough, they saw the dog running over with a roe deer in its mouth. Lin Qiao looked at the rotting roe deer and said with a face full of disgust, you eat it yourself. Woo! The zombie dog looked at her with doubt, but seeing that Lin Qiao wanted it to eat, it immediately put the roe deer on the ground, lay down, and began to eat. Lin Qiao finished eating, and said with a sigh, it's a pity that humans can't eat the meat of these roe deer. How about I also catch some and raise them in the space? She could smell that the mutation of these roe deer was too serious. The virus in their bodies was very strong, so it wasn't suitable for humans to eat. She didn't know if it could be eaten by soaking it in the lake water. After eating a leg, Lin Qiao grabbed a handful of snow to wash her hands, and then said, you guys wait here, I'll go catch some roe deer and put them in the space. Although she couldn't let humans eat them, there were a lot of them here, so she could keep them for herself. Also, the big black snake and the zombie dog could be eaten. With so many resources, she couldn't waste them. In any case, the Huaxia base wasn't far from here, so it wouldn't take too much time. Lin Qiao's actions were much simpler and faster. Approaching the roe deer while invisible was simply too easy, and grabbing them was very stealthy. Even the roe deer didn't know that their own kind was decreasing one by one. By the time they noticed, Lin Qiao had already thrown dozens of them into the space. Chapter 605. Although these deer could eat meat after mutation, they would still eat grass when there was no meat. Therefore, Lin Qiao wasn't worried that these deer would starve to death in her space because there was grass. She just didn't know if these deer would eat the grass in her space. After catching a few dozen deer, Lin Qiao returned to the original place where she skinned them. She saw that the giant snake had caught another lively deer and was obviously waiting for Lin Qiao to come back. "We can leave after eating this one." Lin Qiao looked at the deer that the giant snake had coiled around. The deer was kicking its legs and opening its mouth to bite the snake's body, but it couldn't bite through the snake's skin. Their teeth could bite human flesh, but when they bit this level 5 mutant snake, their teeth were a bit broken. Lin Qiao turned her head to look at Lu Tianyi and asked, "Do you still want to eat?" Lu Tianyi shook his head. Although he still felt that he wasn't full, he thought about how he had eaten 2 of the deer's legs. That wasn't just a few kilograms. The front and back legs added up to a few dozen kilograms of meat, and he had eaten it all. It's okay to eat occasionally for a change of taste, but it's not full. Even if those ordinary zombies eat humans, it's just an instinctive desire. It's not the same feeling as the stomach being full. Lin Qiao continued to skin the deer as she said to Lu Tianyi. But there's some energy in human flesh that can make these ordinary zombies slowly evolve. But even if they don't eat humans, eating the zombie core will make these zombies evolve. Lu Tianyi ate quietly as he watched her skin the roe deer. Then, she threw the body to the giant snake. Obviously, the giant snake didn't fill its stomach after eating a deer without legs. Moreover, it still needed someone to skin it to eat meat. After feeding the skinned deer to Big Black, Lin Qiao waved her hand and released a black flame to burn the 2 pieces of deer skin on the ground. The surrounding blood was also cleaned up. Only the zombie dog was left gnawing on the roe deer. It had its belly cut open and was still eating. After it finished eating, Lin Qiao put all 3 of them into the space, turned around and left. At the foot of the mountain, the road was buried deep in snow, and it was difficult to drive. He was invisible as he walked in the snow, leaving behind footprints. If someone saw this, would they say it was a ghost? However, Lin Qiao had a way to melt the snow. She waved her fire ability forward and the snow on the ground instantly disappeared. He took the car out of the space. The snow 10 meters in front of the car had all melted. Lin Qiao got into the car and drove forward. She controlled her ability to push forward while driving the car to keep up. 1 hour later, they arrived outside Huaxia City. He didn't drive directly to Huaxia City. Instead, he put away the car in a place that the Huaxia City hadn't found yet. Then he climbed to the city wall stealthily. Standing on the city wall, Lin Qiao's expression became much more serious. This was because this city was really not simple. Just the equipment on the walls made her feel a faint sense of danger. Moreover, the rooms in the city were all brand new. The city of steel, which was filled with futuristic elements, looked very technologically advanced. It couldn't be helped, because this city had recruited all the best scientists who had survived the apocalypse. Therefore, the strength of this city was far ahead of other major bases and stood firmly as the first base. Therefore, all kinds of science and technology in this base were very powerful. This was also one of the reasons why other bases were afraid of this base. What made Lin Chao most afraid was not these hot weapons, but several powerful auras in this city. One of them made Lin Chao feel very concerned. Because this aura was very similar to her. Although it was much weaker than her, it was a special existence. If she didn't guess wrong, this was the second-level Zombie King. Although the aura of the Zombie King was very weak, the level of coercion in this aura was not lower than hers. Just what kind of zombie was this? Lin Chao frowned. She jumped down from the city wall, which was 20 or 30 meters high. This Huaxia city, even the city wall, was much higher than other bases. At this time, in Huaxia city, most of the people from other bases had arrived. But there were still some who hadn't arrived, so the people who arrived first were relaxed guests in this base. Oh, you mean, as long as this research is successful, then we can inject it into the human body like a vaccine, so it won't attract zombies' attention? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Wu Qingyue sat on the sofa in the room that China had arranged for him. At this time, in the room, besides him, there was Xiao Liqing and Miss Mo Li. Of course, Wu Yueling, who was next to Wu Qingyue, was also there. Mo Li coldly raised her eyebrows and expressionlessly said, "What? You don't believe in my technology?" In any case, I have followed Dr. Liang for a few years. This research was done together with him, and only I can continue the research. The research in her hands was actually the important information that Liang Dashu had left for her before he died. She was originally Dr. Liang's assistant, and was also the person who understood the progress the most besides Dr. Liang. But her research ability was indeed not as good as Liang Dashu, but given enough time, she would definitely be able to research the results. Then how long do you want? A year? 2 years? Wu Qingyue asked her with a smile. Whether it's a year or 2, as long as it's possible, I will continue the research. What, do you have any objections? Mo Li looked at him. Ah, no. In terms of researching the virus, you are the boss. You can say how long you want to study it. Wu Qingyue shrugged with a chuckle and replied. If we can develop a drug that can make zombies lose interest in humans, then the drug that is only effective on zombies in China would not have much value. Xiao Liqing frowned and said. How can that be? Of course it still has its value. Don't you want to eliminate all the zombies in the world? Think about the world's population of 7 billion, there are already more than 6 billion that have become zombies. With this number, how many years would it take to eliminate them? Wu Qingyue shook his head and said to Xiao Liqing. The world. I think it would take hundreds of years to eliminate all of them. Xiao Liqing was shocked by the words, the world, then he thought about Wu Qingyue's question and replied. Now that 5 years had passed, every survivor base had established mature survival conditions. So in the future, it would be in the direction of eliminating the number of zombies. Humans would never live under the fear of the zombie virus. As intelligent creatures, the greatest ability of humans was creation. So Xiao Liqing's view of the big picture was different from Wu Qingyue's, this was the difference in level. Chapter 606. So this drug from China is still very valuable. But I don't know if they have a way to solve the problem of quantity. Otherwise, how long would it take for humans to kill billions of zombies? Wu Qingyue said with a faint smile. That's right. I don't know how long the zombie can live if they keep drawing blood like this. They should have a way to make this zombie continue to produce blood, right? Mo Li was only concerned about the main factors of China's research. Since they couldn't let the zombie die, they would definitely feed it human flesh and energy zombie cores in order to keep it alive. You've seen the information. Making a zombie produce blood, only you can think of that. The heart of a zombie is dead, how can it still produce blood? So China can only use the energy of the zombie core to increase the energy of the zombie itself, and then strengthen the genes in the blood. This way, the amount of blood used in the drug will be greatly reduced. Wu Qingyue replied. That's true. Mo Li nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she asked, but what kind of zombie is this? Did you guys find out more detailed information? Xiao Liqing shook his head. China hid this zombie very well, we don't even know where it is. Not to mention the information about it. So far, we know that it is a male. Since its blood has such a great effect on the virus, then its blood should be helpful to my research. Can we get some of this zombie's blood back? Or other body fluids? Mo Li suddenly raised her head, then looked at Wu Qingyue with bright eyes. Since this zombie was so special, maybe its blood would really help her research. Difficult. Too difficult. You also know how precious this zombie is. If it was you, would you let anyone get close to it? Wu Qingyue smiled and shook his head at her. Sigh, that's true. Mo Li immediately let out a sigh and replied in a low voice. At this time, Wu Qingyue turned to Xiao Liqing and said, haven't the people from Hidden Cloud City arrived yet? Xiao Liqing shook his head and said, I think they will arrive at night. However, this Earth Dragon base could be considered destroyed. In the future, it might become a subsidiary base of Hidden Cloud City. The faint smile on Wu Qingyue's face did not change, but a dark light flashed in his eyes. It's just the consequence of inviting a wolf into the house. This Long Yubai thinks he's cooperating with Hidden Cloud City and Skyfire City, but they've long since treated his Earth Dragon base as a meal on a plate. This Long Yubai wanted to target our base. I really don't know how to describe it, naive. You are thinking too much. At this moment, Xiao Liqing recalled that Long Yubai had stayed outside Haiqing for a while. Thinking about the other party's motives, he truly felt that the other party had brought this upon himself. However, if it weren't for that guy stirring up trouble, I reckon that Hidden Cloud City would have already made their move. An 8th level adept is enough to shake Skyfire base. After Wu Qingyue said that, he suddenly asked, what? Haven't you found out the connection between that guy and the Netherworld King's base? You see, they went directly to the Earth Dragon base and kicked a nest. Why haven't you made any progress? Xiao Liqing, who was suddenly criticized, didn't know how to react. He stood at the side in a daze and said, oh. I want to find out as soon as possible. But you see, even that guy Chen Yuding doesn't know, how am I supposed to know? They were indeed curious about the relationship between Lu Tianyu and those people from the Netherworld King's base, but after investigating for so long, they couldn't find anything. Moreover, even Chen Yuding, who was originally from Haiqing, seemed to be gradually concealing important things about those people from the upper city. Or maybe he really didn't know. How could that be? If he wanted to know, he could definitely find out. Well, the people from the upper city haven't arrived yet. Wu Qingyue asked again. No news. Are you sure they will come? Xiao Liqing looked at him hesitantly. Of course they will. If there is still no news, maybe that guy has quietly sneaked in. After all, with her identity, she may not be able to pass the detector at the gate. Unless she asked the Lin family to come, that's more likely. Wu Qingyue said after thinking for a moment. Can't pass the detector. Why? At this time, Mo Li looked at the two puzzled and asked, who are you talking about? Xiao Liqing glanced at Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue said, well, I think it's better if you don't know. Mo Li faintly raised her eyebrows. Okay, keep it a secret from me. Up to you. At this time, Lin Qiao, who Wu Qingyue was talking about, was sneaking in the direction of the weak aura. After a long time, she finally found the place where the zombie was locked. The base was not ordinary big. With Lin Qiao's speed, it took her more than half an hour to reach the destination. Looking at the door of the building, the words Base Research Institute were written, and then looking at the height of the building. At least 50 floors, the entire building was used for research. Lin Qiao sniffed the aura inside. There were a lot of staff, at least thousands of people here. And it wasn't just the building that was big, there was also the underground. That's right, the location of the zombie was under the research building, and it was quite deep. Of course, Lin Qiao couldn't just dig a hole and barge in, so she followed the staff here and walked in. I heard that almost all the people from the major bases are here. It seems that they really value our medicine. Of course you are talking nonsense. This is a weapon. It's so powerful against zombies, for the entire human race. This is a new step in human development. Unfortunately, our medicine is only effective against zombies that are level 2 and below. That's nothing, level 2 and below is also very powerful. Besides, there aren't many zombies that are level 2 and above. That's true. To deal with these small fries, this medicine is equivalent to a big killer move. With the technological level of our base, the research of other bases definitely can't be this fast. I don't know how many people are jealous of us, that's right. The people that our base recruits are prioritized based on their skills. Unlike them, they accept anyone. And there are some ordinary people who don't know anything. Are we taking them in for nothing? You are talking about the poor areas, right? Our base also has them. Several staff members chatted as they walked into the research building, completely not knowing that there was a transparent figure following behind them. Lin Qiao followed these people into the sensor door of the research building. This sensor door is a device that detects body temperature and heartbeat frequency. So for zombies like Lin Qiao who have no body temperature and heartbeat, it was completely useless. Because it is used to detect living people. For zombies like Lin Qiao, it was completely unable to detect them. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.